All right, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to the HoN Awakening Tournament. Our lower bracket finals will be followed up by the grand finals. This is going to be an awesome championship Saturday here on HoNcast and other broadcasting platforms. I'm Breaking CPK, joined by Dutch Onage, and we are kicking it off with the lower bracket finals. Noah Newgen out of Thailand going up against LDWAA. Representing multiple regions, Europe mainly, of course, there's some NA flair in there, but no, looking forward to a hell of a matchup nonetheless. This should be a good one. Kicking it off with game number one, Dutch Onage. How you doing?
Hello. Yeah, I'm doing amazing, actually. I'm actually filling in for Henk, who's feeling a little bit under the weather right now, so happy to be here. Happy to be able to cast the finals with you. Hope you're doing good as well.
Yeah, no, I'm looking forward to a good day ahead of us. Now, with that said, today definitely, it could be a longer day. That's almost the hope in a sense, because we got not only this lower bracket finals best out of three, but this will be followed up by a grand finals winner of this course going on. That will be a best out of five. That'll be ahead of us here. So plenty of good heroes in Newerth that'll be coming at us. So definitely excited about all of that. But here we go. This is a team, obviously, Noah Newgen, we got to see a bit of, especially last weekend, representing Thailand well. They are very good. On the other side, we are looking at a squad, very familiar faces across the board. And it's not surprising to see them here, to say the least.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm a bit I'm also very curious to this banning phase, because we've definitely had a lot more information and just data about not only like preference pick on both sides, that is, because I would say that prior to this tournament it was still a bit of and even at the start of the tournament it was still a bit of a mystery. But I think we saw like last week how dominant, for example, the Tundra was in that one game with the like 14 minutes puzzle box or something.
Yeah, Midwinter playing it, the mid player over there for Noah, dude. He's a fantastic player, a lot of fun to watch. And you're right, the fact that they gave up Tundra to be first pick, that is curious, because certainly a lot more data is available now. But you know what is your take? What is your overall take on that? I mean, obviously Tundra, you got the Soul Reaper Rhapsody. This is a very almost defensive heavy lineup surrounding that Tundra, but what's your take on the overall so far?
So I know that the Rhapsody is a comfort pick for sure. I don't know if the Rhapsody necessarily is the strongest support right now, but the Thai players really do love that Rhapsody, and we did actually see some amazing Rhapsody ultimates last week, so that's always a joy to watch. But in terms of bans, we always have to look at if they don't want to ban Tundra, or if you would want to ban Tundra, what would you not ban instead? And they chose to ban the Geomancer, the Deadwood, and the Iker. Now, I think we both know why they banned the Iker. We saw that last week, couple times, when he just didn't die.
Yeah.
And but the Deadwood is the one that sticks out to me. They were really like, they just did not want to face that.
Well, they're not gonna face it, but yeah, they now instead get like the Tundra, and you mentioned speaking of heroes that don't die, Soul Reaper definitely can be considered up there as well. But on the other side, you also have a hero that's good at helping his teammates not die, Monarch, being picked up as a support role to go with the Monkey King, and now the third pick to come for the Hellborn of LDWAA. So, what about the Hellborn side so far? What are we thinking?
So I think one of the weaknesses of the Legion side here, the Thai players, is that they always seem to want to run like a certain lane comp, and usually that was, I think, like 2-1-2 or something along those lines. And I know from experience that the Hellborn side here, the team I'm more familiar with, they love to run a dual mid lane with that Monkey King, because Monkey King can in that mid lane is so dangerous. Like a vault into a queue, into another vault. And it's such long range initiation that it's very difficult to play against that. especially if you are something like a Tundra that does not really have a good escape necessarily. So, of course, Tundra is still gonna get some XP and stuff.
Yeah.
But we saw a couple of times where the Tundra, or sorry, the mid player, the mid-winter guy, he was suffering in the mid lane, but then he was playing something like a Kraken that can just rotate into the jungle a little bit. Tundra does not have that luxury. So I'm curious to say, or to see whether or not they are going to respond maybe with something like a counter dual lane in the mid lane.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know like how well the TI team knows the European team, you know?
Right. It goes both ways. Yeah. Maybe
Yeah.
the data's not there for the Thai squads for the rest of the world, but at the same time, exactly vice versa for them. So this is, again, obviously they've competed against each other throughout the history's past, but that's usually been more at the LAN environment and, you know, these grand finals of LAN. But here we are in a international online tournament, something that's, you know, unprecedented in a lot of ways as we move forward in the future. So expect more and more of this, of course, and definitely starting to learn more and more about each other. So definitely with you there. But how about this development? We got a Moraxis Engineer, a lot of stun being brought up. Engineer 4th pick. It's kind of crazy to see Engineer left open even for that long, but managed to be snatched up by LDWAA. But the lineup is finished for the Thai squad over here of No Need Gen. They got Bubbles and Lodestone to finish off. Now, first thing that comes to mind for me is, who the hell is Colic playing? There's no heroes over there that are like the signature Colic heroes from what we've been seeing.
I think the Soul Reaper probably, right?
Probably, but my point is, you know, he's coming from playing Forsaken Archer, right? Like these very farm, right-click heavy heroes. Soul Reaper doesn't necessarily fit that role.
Like Soul Reaper is, of course, like a farming beast, right? So if you can farm on a Soul Reaper, or sorry, if you can farm on an FA or something, you can farm on a Soul Reaper. But one thing that I really like here actually is the combination of the Lodestone together with the Soul Reaper. Because Soul Reapers like usually struggles against targets that are very just like tanky and in your face. If you have something that can like kind of overpower you in that sense, like Soul Reaper can get like just pushed back basically. And so of course Soul Reaper itself doesn't really have a good escape mechanism. And that's where the Lodestone comes in, because I often say it, like Lodestone is amazing with heroes that have like superior damage. So either superior physical damage, superior magic damage, doesn't really matter. And of course you have that Soul Reaper ultimate not necessarily doing superior magic damage, but if you like hit anyone with the Lodestone ultimate and then like a Soul Reaper ultimate on top, like there's no surviving that. He is just dead, right? And I really do love that the Lodestone together with the Soul Reaper here. Yeah. I also think that the Bubbles pick is a very good pick into the Monarch. I'm a bit surprised. I was actually expecting the Engineer to go dual mid lane with the Monkey King, because Engineer just provides so much more damage. And in that case, the Bubbles would be very good against this Monarch, because of course you can really easily take cover the Crippling Pollen. So maybe that's why they decided to swap that around, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, obviously the pause right here, so we'll see. But yeah, as it's setting up right now, it does look like Monarch is going to be setting up to be a dual lane with the Monkey. But a hero we haven't mentioned yet, and definitely worth mentioning, the final pick of this draft is Sapphire, the carry choice. Pizda going to be the one playing it over here for LDWAA. I'm trying to remember these letters over here. The Hellborn side, anyways. But they pick up Sapphire. Interesting core option. What do you think about the Sapphire finish?
The Sapphire is for sure an interesting pick. It's not necessarily like an hero that would come to mind here for me. The nice thing is it does actually it is usually relatively safe from the otherwise big AoE ultimates that's like the Legion side kind of has. And it provides some just big AoE global damage, of course, with that shard. If you hit the shard, of course, like it's gonna do a lot of damage.
Yeah.
But like, if the Tundra manages to micro his doggo, what is it called, curl, properly, then they can actually quite easily focus down the shard as well. So
Let's get it on.
I think this was more like a comfort pick than anything else.
Okay. So despite some counters possibly being there, still wanting to go that direction and feeling, as you said, comfortable about it. How about the setup, by the way? You got Bubbles and Lodestone both up here. Lodestone in that supporting role. It's got that Orb of Zamos in hand. Sapphire was almost looking like might have been running into a bit of a trap there, but not going to necessarily go too far out, at least just yet. So
yeah, and actually Tundra is pulling with his dog maybe, or at least delaying.
Yep, the girl's going up. That's the idea. So they're going to really make this top lane difficult for Sapphire. Oh, but here we go, actually. Again, Lodestone nearby. Whether or not they know this, you do see the early Reckless Charge going to be coming out, and that'll be the end of it, though. So Legion team No Nuche not looking to play too aggressive in the end. They were spread out from one another.
Yeah, so one thing that is actually quite nice about the Sapphire is that's like against certain here. Yeah, he is actually pulling by or delaying this at least. And that means that the Legion side here, I think they're gonna try to block both camps, both the medium and the small camp, body block it, so they cannot like pull the lanes into one of those two camps, which is of course very good. But what's the Sapphire? If she level or gets a shield a couple of levels, you can use that as basically free health, because like it's 70 mana for like 100 HP and a little bit of attack speed, but you can basically spam that quite efficiently. And they're actually in Lodestone a little bit here.
Yeah, they are. Lodestone, that Half-Life already. This is only level 1 abilities coming out right now, but obviously Engineer lands a keg that can set up plenty of damage, as you were mentioning, and Lodestone having to respect that at the end. So, yeah, well played there. Oh, middle lane, actually. Tundra could be in trouble. Monkey King, elusive dashing around, diving the tower. It's not going to be enough damage for the kill, but very close call right there. Midwinter will pop a health potion and survive in the end. You also saw Lodestone sacrificing himself and then teleporting back to the top lane. So still no Bloodlust kill. Bloodlust bounty still there, but yeah, technically the one down so far.
Yeah, one like important aspect here of the Monkey King is that he is very mana starved, right? They used the Lunar tier that he had, I think, already. And he has to buy, he bought like a mana potion right now, so he's gonna try to get a little bit of mana, but he needs 210 mana for his full combo. That's basically his entire mana pool.
It is.
So they went there on the Lodestone, and I think they really kind of should have only gone if they were certain that they were gonna get the kill, you know? Not just for a little bit of a rush, because the Monkey King not having a combo up gives the Tundra a lot of space. It makes it so he can... Oh, yeah.
Bubbles? Bubbles! Close call right there. The take cover used despite the keg. Good job by Lodestone stunning to save his teammate and manages to stay alive. Back to the mid lane. Speaking of going on him, nope. The smackdown top was applied, but no initiation further. Tundra, he will be fine. But yeah, both the top and even this mid lane, top lane especially though, a lot of action taking place. Certainly going to see a death in the near future, it feels like.
Yeah. The Sapphire is farming quite right. Oh, actually, Bubbles.
He might be dead. Oh, well, actually, Sapphire could be dead if he's not careful either. Going to go for the auto attack. He's going to take cover. Bubbles, Engineer's tanking the tower. Now, Engineer's definitely going down, but they kill Bubbles first. So Bloodlust will go the way of Pizdun when it's all said and done. Talk about the aggressive play again, diving past the tier 1 tower mid lane. They go back out of Tundra. Tundra, the combos there. You mentioned, though, Monkey King's got a bottle now, so he's got plenty of mana to work with. Tundra has to be careful. Here comes the dive. Any TP support doesn't look like it. The shards ain't going to be enough of a threat. And Monkey King will survive. You see Monarch tanking some tower damage hits, but he will live too. And just like that, a couple of core kills going the way of the Cellboard.
Yeah, and actually the Tundra, don't think we talked about it yet. Tundra decided to not go for something like a buckler, which is a bit surprising because the Monkey King and the Monarch, while like they have a lot of like damage, of course, on the Monkey King, they mainly rely still on a lot of auto attacks because the Monkey King, of course, mainly just has a lot of movement or displacement, I should say. And actually, Lodestone is going to steal the room, but it might come to cost.
Is it going to? Lodestone? Yeah, very likely. Well, Monarch in pursuit has the crippling polo, but it looks like he's just out of range, so maybe not going to be in trouble in the end. Although the cat hits, there's the pollen. Yes, he will be. There is the death. What you got on the Monarch? Able to catch up to him, fly him down, and chase the kill. So good job by the supporting cast working together and making that kill happen on Lodestone.
Yep. And this is the weakness of Lodestone lane in general. His Q, like the Rocket Trail level 1, has 20 seconds cooldown, which is very, very long. It scales down to 14 seconds. But the fact that like that stun has such a long cooldown, while basically every other stun has like more in the range of 12 to 14 seconds, is a big downside.
Now, a lane we haven't talked about is Colic, or more so Soul Reaper down here, but of course being played by Colic. He's paired up with that Rhapsody, going up against Morax. Obviously, Soul Reaper's having a fantastic time. I mean, it's a 2 versus 1 easy lane. Now, Moraxis, to his credit, he stayed alive. He's got full life currently. Not really up there on the CS chart. In fact, only has 8 CS currently now as he gets another one right there. But the tower's also taking a lot of damage, so it's safe to say the Legion is definitely feeling the success of the bottom lane. So maybe the mid lane's not going too well, and even the top lane, but Soul Reaper on the bottom is certainly doing his part.
Yeah, I do, however, like look at the jungle here. Actually, Monkey King is taking some of his own jungle stacks here. Lodestone runs in.
Well, Lodestone will steal actually a good chunk of it. It might cost him his life. So it's one of those, was it worth it? I don't know. Gonna try to get killed by the neutrals? No, he cannot get close enough. That's not accurate. We'll chase him down. So, yeah, a bit of a takeaway by Lodestone, deterrent, but in the end, Monkey King's like, all right, fine, I'll kill you instead.
Yeah, a bit of like, I think the even trade, because the Monkey King still got quite a lot of that. But where I'd say the Hellborn side has actually been very diligent with these stacks. I'm looking at the Legion jungle, and I'm noticing a severe lack of stacks, which you would really rather have for the Soul Reaper. You kind of want the medium camp and the hard camp to be triple stacked the moment that Soul Reaper gets level 7, so you can just run there and flash farm it. And I don't... Oh, actually, Lodestone running in again.
Yeah, this is curious. Obviously, he knows that they're doing these the stacks here. They do have vision here even, but with the smoke eventually going to be taken out, and he's not going to go much further. So really just kind of playing curious, seeing what's going on. But yeah, this is something, though. It's the Soul Reaper is pushing the secondary tower now by himself against Moraxis, and there so far is really no reaction just yet by the Hellborn. I mean, now he's going to start falling back slightly, but what I'm getting at is definitely curious that both teams are fairly content on what's happening down here. It's almost like what's her name? LDWA is not really concerned that Soul Reaper is going to be the biggest issue when it's all said and done.
No, and I don't think they are like on the timer here necessarily. Of course it depends on how well this Soul Reaper is going to perform in these team fights. But you of course have two cores farming here on both the Sapphire and the Monkey King.
Right.
And also quite notably is that the rest of the Legion team is not really getting anything. So if you're just playing against a Soul Reaper, I think you are very much capable of actually just kind of bursting him down. Actually, Tundra picked up an Invis rune, but they should have seen this. It's a good word from what you got there.
They clearly did. Moraxis is falling back. Volka's like, yep, I'm just going to hug this tower because we see you coming. So what I was going to say to that point is, yeah, you have Tundra level 7 now. He's got Striders of Blood Chalice. This is exactly what you would expect out of a Tundra. Midwinter, certainly. as a player, he's going to just start roaming around now and seeing what they can make happen. This is the obvious strategy that is being ran by Newerth. They got kind of this 4-1, as they usually tend to, around the Soul Reaper.
Monkey King, look at this, look at this.
Stack. If he could take some damage here, and he is, oh no, Monkey King could be in trouble. It's just a matter of waiting for the right moment. There we go. He feels like he finds it. The shards come out. Is it enough damage? The Couriel spawned. Oh, gonna use the elusive dash. Heavily ball jumping around. Here is Monarch nearby as well, and Shell Surf coming on the cuff at the last second. Nice job at the save by Monarch, putting him under. It's a 2 versus 2 battle for this ages, but it will be a kill on Monkey King when it's all said and done, and Monarch likely gonna fall as well. What you got? Flapping those wings, trying to fly away. The Shell Surf connect eventually goes down. Now the TP out from Tundra. Suddenly Lowstone is left by himself, as he came here pretty damn late, but maybe get killed by the neutrals? No, at least his done will take him out there. But bottom lane, while that's happening, look at this tier 2 tower touch. It is at a third of its life. It's almost dead here as they're pushing it.
Yeah, and like the Soul Reaper just wasn't really under any pressure because, or like he didn't need to play defensive because the top lane was basically always showing. The Monkey King was just kind of farming stacks in jungle. So the moment they knew where the Monkey King was, the Soul Reaper was basically safe, right? And these early 2 towers is actually a huge boost of, or a huge like influx of money for the rest of his team that they badly needed, because they've been suffering, right? Or they had been suffering. But suddenly you look at the GPM charts now, and that's a Tundra at 370 GPM. That does not look like a Tundra that has been dual lane middle, but of course a lot of that is actually the 2 towers there and 1 kill on the Monkey King there. So we see the Soul Reaper like kind of finishing the stacks now. The Rhapsody did actually get some stacks in.
Yeah. There we go.
But the Monkey King is still doing very well. Actually going in.
So I was going to say, okay, Tundra is actually in trouble right here. So we're running over, though, with the Rhapsody. It looks like they're going to catch Engineer. We're going to see our first demonic execution of the game. And call like another auto tech to finish the job there. But yeah, as you're mentioning, I was talking about that. They're doing the stack, massive stack. The Soul Reaper's GPM now up to 535. And the way he was pooling gold upwards of 3,000, I kind of figured this would be the case, but just to make sure, he does get the Sword of the High. So it is going to be that Mock of Brilliance. Because yeah, I was actually going to be asking that earlier, but probably the safe assumption, as he is playing that position 1, getting a lot of good farm. Mock of Brilliance does feel like it's going to be fantastic this game as well.
Yeah, and I think like if you're playing a solo core Soul Reaper, which this is, I would say, I think the Mock of Brilliance is kind of the only option almost. Now, what I am a little bit curious about is like what they're going for next. And actually, we see 2 people smoking up here.
Oh, this is big, yeah. How about this? They're making a play on LDWAA side. Monkey King finds a low Soba Sapphire out of position. The cuff of the blow up. No, the show at the last second. He's in trouble, though. The takeover, he's going to go down. When it's all said and done, Rhapsody, beautiful save on Soul Reaper. It's mitigating plenty of damage. Now Soul Reaper can start turning. No demonic execution. Meanwhile, up here, though, Energy Field placed down as catches Tundra. But he's more than fine. It's already 2-4-1 in favor of Noah Newgen. And Kolek, being the player that he is, it's like, all right, guys, back to farm immediately. Goes back to stack. But I go back. This is something we saw. We're so impressed by watching this team last weekend. Is that a kill? Yeah, it is. Soul Reaper catches up to the Engineer and finds him for the kill. So well played there with the Avalanche. But it's just the constant stacking. They are so good at stacking for Kolek and allowing him to just farm them so efficiently.
Yeah, and we see like a notable deviation in the game plan of the Hellborn team here, where at first they seem to be very content with just farming and farming and farming. They gotten to a point, and I'm not sure like what that point necessarily was, like item or level wise, but they suddenly was like, okay, no more messing around. We're going to go on the offensive now. But it felt a little bit uncoordinated. Like the Engineer wasn't at the start of the fight there. The Sapphire was kind of the one to run in first into the Soul Reaper there. And the Sapphire, of course, has that ultimate, the Crystallize, which is a 4-second stun, more or less. But they are completely like invulnerable during that time. and it's more like a delay ability than an actually like an initiation ability. So he wasn't like, he saw him hesitate like what to do there, because he didn't really want to use the crystallize to allow his team to get close, because then of course like the enemy team would also start getting close and position themselves. And if the engineer was a lot closer, they could just like, oh, actually top lane.
They're trying to commit, but the TPs start coming in. Morax is getting there very late. I don't know about this. He's going to put the stun maybe on the TPs, but yeah, he got there really late at this point. As you also see, Sapphire putting the crystal down, and more supported cast. Even Monkey King joining the party late, but Monkey King gets eviscerated there. Monarch is going to end up being killed as well. Moraxis is like, yeah, this did not go as planned. A double tap for Esperanza on the Lodestone. They finished with a hat trick, actually. SRP, excuse me, with the hat trick on Bubbles. Lodestone barely surviving, but, you know, again, playing support, he definitely did his job. I mean, kind of to your point that you were just saying with the previous fight, the coordination, it seems a little off from the side of LDWAA. I mean, that right there, diving at Bubbles at the tier 1 when TPs were clearly ready, they committed a little too much there.
Yeah, and like I will say, of course, like a lot of the European players specifically, they have the luxury of never really playing with high ping and stuff. So it's definitely like maybe the case of them just not being that used to playing with like 200 ping, because it's definitely like not a super big handicap. But it's something that you have to adjust for in your gameplay, actually. And I see that like a little bit here and there, where they don't really seem to be able to do that, or I see like mistakes that can be attributed to like a little bit of delay or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, obviously it's something that you kind of just know going into the event, that it's still dealing with a bit. As much as technical advances have come a long way in allowing for this to even be possible, there is no secret and doubt about it. I mean, obviously you're playing on a latency that is a higher than you're used to. And it kind of goes to heroes like Engineer. You know, we talked about him. Yeah. It's a hero that goes down the tier list when you are dealing with higher ping for obvious reasons. I mean, Kegstad, as powerful as it is, if you're dealing with these hiccups and, you know, a little bit more latency, then that's a bit more difficult to hit at times. So,
and the
again,
same thing, actually.
Not to put just be clear, not to put excuses here by any means for the Hellborn side, and give them excuses and ammunition necessarily, but it is a fact.
Yeah, like the hero that's actually like the most like that, I'd say, as they're hunting for the Sapphire.
Yeah, they are.
Is the Bubbles, of course. Like Bubbles is so reaction dependent.
Yeah, that's Demonic Execution was very early, but we've seen him use it a couple times like that, more for the stun initially to just set up the kill. And again, yeah, that's a case of what is going on. I mean, it's one thing for them to kill the Sapphire, but Monkey King, I just don't get it. Why commit there?
Oh, Monarch middle.
Monarch's dead.
Yeah, that's the puzzle box.
This Tundra's going off now.
Yeah, I don't know if like the Sapphire. I don't think Sapphire had a teleport or something. I think he teleported somewhere. Was kind of like stuck behind the tower there and couldn't get out. And then they wanted to try and help him. And like so, all the European players here, they should basically not really have a ping issue. The one guy maybe a little bit unfortunate is of course what you got. Because this is like a server based in Dubai, I believe, or something.
Yeah. And
he is like on the opposite, literal opposite place of the world. So he is the only one that actually can has any reason to complain here. The rest of them definitely should not.
Either way, it's it's a topic that, you know, we all know exists, but at the same time, they're playing clean right now and no new genocide. And this is a team that we saw many times last weekend. Obviously, they were bounced down to the lower bracket by Vinicius. We'll talk about that a little bit later on too. But right now here in Game 1 of these loser bracket finals, they are in total control. I mean, this Soul Reaper is nearly 700 gold per minute. Colic. This is a place that we're very familiar seeing him. We saw the Mocker Brilliance early. He went the Shamans, and he has 3,100 gold saved up. So I guess we could play the game Dutch of like, what does Soul Reaper go for next with all this gold? What are we thinking?
So my best guess is still going to be like Grimoire power. The cooldown reduction, of course, is just insane. And your Q... Oh, actually, it's a heart, okay? I stand corrected. Yeah, I think like heart is really good pickup here. Probably even better than Grimoire. Because you just stand in front with your W and your Mach. And that's it. Everything around you is just going to die.
Well, what are you going to do about it? Yeah. Especially this early on in the game. I think this is one of these cases, too. We're having to remind myself even. We're not even 20 minutes into this game, Dutch. And he is on his way to finishing a heart with that Mach ability. So, obviously, this earlier on, he's going to have nearly 2,000 HP at about 20-21 minutes into this game. That's absurd to have on here. And they kill Conquer, by the way. Yeah, they're Legion Conquer. They immediately team smoke. And hunting for kills now is no new gen.
Yeah, and this is just them applying pressure, taking objectives. They've been, like, the early towers that they took together. Oh, Monkey King.
Yeah, he's trying. He's going to be able to get away, it looks like. It's a good catch up at Lowstone using that recently purchased portal key of his, but they don't get the Monkey Key, and they're like, all right, fine, we'll take a tier 2 objective. We're just fine with that. You mentioned Grimoire. I mean, that was finished on Bubbles several minutes ago as well. So even Bubbles, who was having a difficult start, he is now higher farm than anyone in the Hellborn team at this point.
Yeah, and that is, of course, like, a Bubbles that was initially struggling, right? And this Bubbles, he had very little on the top lane. He was actually getting completely boxed out because the Lodestones didn't really support him much in that lane situation because, well, Lodestone's just not that strong of a laner. But these team fights have been consistently, like, feeding him gold by him just getting the kills here and there. And yeah, that's just, like, down to the good coordination of these guys in the team fight. And I'm actually, like, one of the things I am kind of realizing right now as well is that maybe a big part of this is also the Tundra birds. Actually, engineer.
Yeah, that's one of those things, as a spectator, it's like, not that we forget about it, but it's a little more difficult for us to understand the power it really is bringing to the table. But yeah, the Tundra Bird, the vision that it's constantly giving is always fantastic. They're going to kill the other Conqueror now, and we know what that, just even that much more boost here for no new gen.
And Lodestone is on a mission.
He really is. He's trying to find them.
I think he was just trying to ward there, but didn't quite get it off. No, but so I think, like, I talked about it with Sunkpop a little bit as well after we casted, basically, right? The last few games of your last week.
Yeah.
And it was like he said something that's very true. Like, it's if the enemy has a Tundra Burst, you never know whether they had vision or whether it was a Tundra Bird getting vision.
Always that guessing game. As here we go, Kelpfoot initiation in the background. You're barely alive. He will remain alive for the time being. Moraxis jumps in. A chance, perhaps. Never mind. As just evaporates as soon as he jumps in. This Monkey King, I mean, he would have barrier idle a Monkey King. That kind of shows you the game state right now. Just trying to get any kind of sort of survivability, because he's going in and just dying immediately, it feels like. There's still the token on Colic, not that it's even necessary. I'm almost surprised they gave it to Soul Reaper, but it doesn't even matter. GG, well played is called. This is game 1 of the lower bracket finals, a 22-minute victory. I mean, the laning phase was certainly going both ways. I mean, LDWAA had 2 cores, both Sapphire and Monkey King had a good start. They never addressed the Soul Reaper, though, and I know that's maybe just the simplest way to put it, but Colic made them pay.
Yeah, and they also just didn't really bother defending the bottom 2 towers when the entire Legion team was struggling. Besides the Soul Reaper, right? Soul Reaper was like 400 plus GPM, but everyone else in the Legion side was around the 200/250 max mark. And at that point, if you just give them 2 or 3 towers, like very early on, that's completely fixes their early game. That was lacking. So maybe they should consider putting more thought into actually like defending those towers or something, or pick like a suicide hero that can apply more pressure.
Now, I want to, like we saw last week with Vinicius. Again, this is no new gen. Yes, they played last. You have evidence and you have footage to see of them. Again, it goes vice versa both ways. But what I noticed, Vinicius, they made that adjustment in the game 2 of that series and ultimately able to win it 2-1. They started locking down the jungle quite a bit. They took advantage. They understand there is a play style here that Noah Nugent likes, and it's stacking the jungle, giving Colic farm on whatever hero he's playing, and eventually snowballing off at that. So again, I know this is kind of like a easy way to say this, but easier said than done. But it feels like that is the beginning of at least how do you address dealing with this team. Putting more presence in the opposing jungle, getting more vision in there, being more aggressive towards it. So we'll see if that's something that LDWAA is able to make the adjustment on or not. But anyways, Dutch, we got a break here. We're going to take that break. We got game number 2 of the lower bracket finals. That'll be coming up next. I'm Brick CBK, joined by Dutch HoN. Stay tuned. Game 2 coming up next. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to the HoN Awakening Tournament number 1. This is Championship Saturday. We got our lower bracket finals to kick it off. Game number 2 now. It's Noah Newgen up 1-0. They are on the same side, actually. Look, no, they did swap. Excuse me. They swapped sides. So Noah Newgen now on the Hellborn side. LDWAA now on the Legion side. But long story short, TLDR, whatever you want to say, the quick summary recap here, Dutch, is game 1. It was just simply the Soul Reaper eventually getting too much farm. And as he tends to, being played by Kolick, despite the other lanes not necessarily going as well, they came together, and a couple of fights later, it just seems like they started taking over the game. Not much that could be done. And it's something else we talked about, Dutch, is the best way to play against a team like this sometimes is just match their energy, match their aggressiveness, and don't be afraid to just kind of to run at them. So we'll see what adjustments are made here, Dutch.
Yeah, and I think like one of the things that they have noticed is that they like the Tide team here, the Noah Newgen, they really use information to their advantage. So whether it's a Tundra Bird or whether it's a Geomancer Stalk, any kind of information that they get, right, they will abuse that to take advantageous fights and like make the team fights work out in their favor. And as actually we saw a very similar thing with Vinicius last week, I believe, where game 1 they played against Tundra, and game 2 they were like, no, I'm not dealing with that bullshit again. Not again. And we see the Tundra ban here, so yeah. And the Soul Reaper ban, actually, so respecting that one as well.
Definitely have some reaction to that first game. And, you know, it's not even a hindsight thing to say. That was something that was drawing curiosity of leaving a hero like Tundra open to be first picked. In general, is just kind of a risky option. And, well, that's another reason why maybe, you know, that game went so well for Noah Newgen. But as you said, we're talking about adjustments to be made and certainly have them here. Both Tundra and Soul Reaper being banned. And now we see that Deadwood first pick. But, we see the Acker. This is a hero that we saw plenty last weekend. And an insanely difficult support hero to kill, and clearly a comfortable one for the side of Noah Newgen. But yeah, the Deadwood was banned early last game as well, but clearly is putting some value here in that hero.
Yep. Yeah, so they the Hellborn side here, they decided to ban the Managed Shaman, Lords of Forest, and Calamity. I'm a bit surprised that they put so much emphasis on the Calamity ban, which I think got 2 bans in a row, actually.
We saw it destroyed them last week, and I think maybe there is a little bit of PTSD there.
Yeah, okay.
Against Vinicius, yeah.
But yeah, I know that like this Legion team doesn't really have Calamity players per se. But like, let's the Iker, right? So I know like Iker works really well with specific heroes, but Prisoner Puppets. So Iker works really well with specific heroes, but most notably like squishy ranged carries that output a lot of damage. Because like the Iker, especially something like Forsaken Archer, every time that like you damage something that has the Iker Q debuff on him, you heal quite a bit. And something like Forsaken Archer with those skeleton, the split fire, the crippling volley, and the arrows that like just do so much instances of damage. And we saw that a couple of times like last week, I think, where like Forsaken Archer went down to like 10% HP. Iker jumped him and he just didn't die anymore.
Yeah.
Like neither one of them died anymore. So they do actually make a point of it to ban it here, right, as the first ban. But the Prisoner and Puppets, this is a very strong mid lane combo. Did we see it last week?
We saw Prisoner a couple times. I don't think we saw this combo specifically, so no.
Okay. So what you do is basically you just use the W from the Puppet Master, which has 700 range and is a 2-second stun. Then you hook the target into your tower, and then you just press Puppet Master Q hold on it. And both Prisoner and Puppet Master, of course, have a very, very high base damage.
Mm-hmm.
So it's it's very difficult to play against Puppet Master plus Prisoner, because if you're ever out of position and like kind of close to a creep, it's 2-second secure stun with 700 range into a hook into a 2.6 seconds hold, basically.
Right.
So
it's a lot of crowd control is what you're saying.
Yep. Good luck surviving that.
I guess a hero that isn't something like a bubbles. Well, I guess with the show, yeah, that doesn't really matter because the show is an instant cast essentially, so you can't really take cover it, and then the combo happens. So bubbles feels like maybe one of the better heroes in that matchup, but still a difficult one if they want to go that direction.
Yeah, and like Bubbles notably does not have a lot of HP. He has 15 starting strength, which is the lowest out of any hero. So like a W into a hook. Sorry, a puppet show into a hook, and Bubbles is going to be at like half HP. So what is probably going to be like a better combo there is having Iker plus something else in the mid lane, and hoping that the Iker just tanks you up enough.
Yeah.
Because as we have seen, Iker doesn't really die very easily, to say to say it that way.
I think we've said that once or twice before. Yeah, this is a little difficult to, and I'm sure there's going to be plenty more instances in this game where that'll become obvious here.
Yeah.
So yeah, Midwinter. What hero will he end up on in that matchup? And they were shadowing several, and they do settle with the Pebble. So you got to think that's going to be the hero that Midwinter potentially plays here in that matchup. So you think we could possibly see a 2 versus 2 lane in the middle?
Yeah, so it's quite difficult to play like a 2v2 lane in the mid lane against Puppet Master plus Prisoner. I played against this lane a lot when I was still playing comp. But the difficulty lies in that it's so easy to initiate on the supporting cast, and like where if you have something like a gauntlet in the middle lane, it is not really a secure hook. A W into a ball and chain is like 100% secure hook, and at that point you're basically underneath the enemy tower, and you can't really man up against that. So I don't know if like a dual lane against a dual lane is necessarily the way to address this. One way I've seen, or that's creative that I've seen people address it, is actually by picking Kinesis and just chucking creeps to the jungle. That was a joy to watch. Yeah, the Wild Soul.
Clever use of game mechanics. Love to see it. But yeah, the Wild Soul coming out now. There was a Thai team. I forget the player that was
Yeah.
We saw it ban against us. We did see the one. I mean, he played it very well, but didn't see it for Noah Nugent necessarily. But yeah, Kolick is going to be the one to play Wild Soul this time around. Oh, when it's all said and done. I mean, a hero that, especially if he gets the ulti off, is one that can withstand a bit of burst damage. But yeah, curious on the Wild Soul pick. But also how the Legion finished too. I mean, how about that? Zephyr and Warbeast. I don't know. This Legion team to me seems a little funky too. It is going to be a carry Zephyr. In the big picture here, and that's going to be a Deadwood Prisoner supporting cast? No, I guess more so Warbeast is jungle, but yeah.
So
the Legion confuses me a little bit, I guess is what I'm getting at.
Yeah, no, that absolutely makes sense, right? So the Prisoner and Puppet Master are like kind of a combo in on itself. So those two picks kind of make sense.
Right.
The Zephyr was likely picked because they wanted something that could kind of 1v1 in the short lane against another guy that was supposedly like solo there. And I think in this situation it is... So, and then of course you have the Deadwood in the long lane, which is just a strong solo laner as well. And it doesn't really scale, so you need something else that can scale. And then they decided to just run a jungler with the Warbeast. The weakness here is that the Zephyr is only really a strong laner against heroes that cannot apply that much pressure. And if they send Iker to the bottom lane, which they are going to, we have seen like... I think there was this game with Iker plus I think it was Iker plus Bubbles against a
think
Wild
so,
Soul's
yeah.
short lane.
Yep.
And
it
we
was.
saw they just ran over the Wild Soul. And I am a little afraid that it's going to be a repeat of that. Because look at the HP, the starting HP that the Zephyr has.
Yeah.
17 strength.
Yeah.
That is not a lot.
Well, that goes to your point. Like the pick a Zephyr. Excuse me. To pick a Zephyr, knowing it's going to be a solo Zephyr too, in this lane matchup, and yeah, you definitely got to worry about Piston, or Piston more so has to worry about staying alive down there. But the likelihood that he's going to be able to get good farm is. It feels like going to be pretty low because Prisoner, of course, is going to be supporting that puppet. You keep talking about that. This is a combo that you expected to see once those two heroes were picked up, and sure enough, going to be the case. What you got on the Warby is now a very comfortable hero for him, clearly. So, and especially, playing from the North American region, he's certainly dealing with the higher latency there. Just get him something that he's very comfortable on, and it doesn't have to think too much about it. So. I could certainly see that logic as well, but I'm intrigued also to see what Noah New Gen does to address the jungle, because we really haven't seen a lot of jungling in the matches that we've been watching.
No, like jungling right now is in this meta is not that effective because of what we are likely going to be seeing in this bottom lane here. It's just so difficult to keep lane control these days that your lane, one lane is just going to suffer a lot. And so I have seen Zephyr being also takes a lot of damage actually. But we have seen Zephyr being used very effectively against something like a Pharaoh solo lane, right, or suicide.
Right.
And actually, they're going here on the Zephyr a little bit even.
I mean, it's going to continue to happen, to your point. I mean, this is a hero by himself especially. What can he do? They're just going to continue to take advantage of the range aspect. And sure, the creep wave will be pushed into him and get a couple CS here and there. But yeah, that's just going to constantly happen for the Zephyr.
And for example, if you're playing against the Pharaoh, right? Pharaoh just is really hard to box out, and you always get some last hits with that Tormented Soul. But then you lane a solo Zephyr against him, and that kind of works, because then the solo Zephyr kind of just gets a lot of the tornadoes and just can kind of contest the lane that way and just push out and farm the pull camp. But yeah, not like this.
Nope. No pull camp for you. It just runs right over.
And like the Warbies is even also just under. Like the Warbies cannot do anything for his teammates right now.
Yeah, he's going to get the 2-minute rune, and he actually did counter ward right there, so that was well played by what you got. Taking away some vision from the Hellborn side, but yeah, no, Zephyr is kind of on his own. Now, and lane that, let's start talking about this one, because, talking about the bottom may be enough for right now, but mid lane, they chose to send a Wild Soul to the mid. We didn't really address this yet. Colic on the Wild Soul playing mid. Pebbles is, meaning Midwinter, he's free farm in the top lane as a result, so clearly setting more priority in the Pebbles to get that big start, get the early blink, of course, and then allow Wild Soul to naturally gain farm throughout the game. Seems to be the strategy.
Yeah. You have, like, in general, in my eyes at least, you have heroes that can create space and heroes that can take space. Oh, look at Rhapsody.
In our Bloodlust, very likely, Pew Pew, doing what he can. Disco Inferno ain't gonna save him. Well rotated by Prisoner to set up for that kill. Pebbles is like, come on, I gotta kill somebody as a result, but it ain't gonna happen. So yeah, very good rotation for Prisoner, making his way to the top lane and getting the Bloodlust for the Legion team.
Yep. Pebbles not choosing to stun there. Maybe he was thinking like he could at least maybe get a kill on Deadwood, but Deadwood's kind of tanky right now with that HP pool that he has. But yeah, we have heroes that, or like players, heroes, but also players that can take space, and heroes and some that can create space. Kolek is like a perfect example of a player that just takes a lot of space. You give him like any kind of place to farm, he's just gonna farm and farm and farm and farm. The Midwinter guy, the Pebbles, is more a guy. Oh, they're going top. Oh no, he missed.
Just out of range.
he's more a guy that creates a lot of space. And the guys that like usually create a lot of space, you want to give them a good start.
God, I don't know if Paradise caught. I'm sure he did, but they just evaporated the Zephyr. I mean, that was just a shell surf song combo with initial Iker life leech applied, and yeah, he just could not get away. So as the levels start adding up, expect to see more of that. But yeah, I mean, to your point, yeah, Pebbles, he's going to be the space creator with that farm, and looking to create some space right here on a Deadwood. But Deadwood, to Volko's credit, Volko's done a pretty good job of staying alive. We've seen several times they're diving past the tier 1 tower to try to make a play on him, but he is remaining alive. But yeah, this is definitely a game where both off lanes and they're two heroes on either side that are farming very well, and then the rest are just getting nothing, including Colic on the Wild Soul.
Yeah, and like the Colic, of course, is the nice thing about the Wild Soul here is you don't really need a lot of farm to start farming on a Wild Soul. What you need is Pebbles getting hooked in tower.
That's a big kill if they manage it. It's not going to happen. So good combo by Pebbles to make sure to stay away. They must have seen Rhapsody rotate. I mean, but this is what we're talking about. Rhapsody is bottom lane Zephyr. Oh, he actually is going to live for now. One more attack needed. Iker wants to find him, eating through the trees. Pistol's like, come on, maybe TPs? No, nothing's going to happen. An eventual death will come for the Zephyr. So he did a good job surviving as long as he could there, but wasn't to be in the end. So yeah, Pebbles lives top lane, and Zephyr not the same story.
Yeah, so if that was Sunk Bob there on the Zephyr, right? He would have went into those trees, and like some magic would happen, and he would end up on the Legion side Kongor or something. I don't know how he does it, but he always manages. Just disappears into the trees. Oh, mid lane.
Pull in, going for the kill. This is that combo that we're talking about, and they are going to get it. That will be a kill indeed. Wild Soul Colic struggles will continue. As look at this Warbeast. Warbeast, by the way, level 7. So let's definitely keep an eye on that. What you got is doing very well, especially experience-wise. So, of course, with this ultimate activated, they cannot run him down.
But this is like important here what the Rhapsody is doing, because this is basically Colic's way back into this game, right? He is he just needs level 7, so he gets like 2 stomps. And then he can just take those triple stacks within like 5 seconds. And then you like trying to lock down this Wild Soul for basically like 6 minutes. It just doesn't matter anymore. Because he just presses R and presses W and tap W and the neutral camp dies. Now they did place a ward here, so they know he's doing the stack. However...
Oh, swing and a miss. Trying to catch the Rhapsody off guard, but unable to hit him. But yeah, to your point, exactly. They know he's doing the stack. They're trying to address it, but not really going all into it, which is understandable.
I also love
farm over here.
Yeah, Pebbles was just standing in the top lane, like besides the two trees on the left side. Okay. And he's been playing so patiently. I love to see that.
Yeah.
Of course, Vulka is also like known for being a very patient player himself, and actually they might try to go on the bubbles here a little bit.
Prisoner setting up, but Bubbles, he's level 7 now. He doesn't have take cover actually. They might or does he have a point he's holding? No, he is level 4, so no, he does not.
Yeah. He just wanted damage.
Yeah, well, which makes sense in that lane, but I was gonna say, if they do go on him, that could be a factor, but unable to find the initiation there, so. When it's all said and done, and some space finally for Pizdon on the Zephyr. He is starting to jump up a little bit now, 230 GPM. He's got Typhoon ready if the fight does break out. It's really good there. But yeah, what you got in this Warbeast? He's got the Whispering Helm now. Again, he's level 8 on top of all of this. So, but Warbeast, naturally, this is a hero that you don't necessarily expect a lot out of Teamfight presence-wise until, of course, later on out of the laning phase.
Oh, hook mid lane.
It's all about that farm. There's that combo that you're talking about. It is Ichor, and as difficult as he is to kill as a support, it is too much damage, and no support to support him. So they do find the kill.
Eventually, he does die. This reminds me of a Spoon movie. I don't know if you know it.
Spoon movie?
Yeah, so it's a very cheesy movie about a guy murdering someone else with, in their words, the most inefficient murder weapon ever.
Oh, a spoon.
which is a spoon. Yeah, so he just like keeps hitting him with a spoon, and that's the entire film.
That's cinema classic right there. It sounds like. I don't know how I haven't seen it yet.
It's like early YouTube days.
Oh, jeez.
Look, actually, Rhapsody with no boots, he's in trouble.
Yeah, that's going to be a chase down. Look at Warbies using that Skeleton King. Great grasp on top. And you know what, Dutch? This is what we're kind of talking about. Like, match their pace, match their energy. And we are seeing a bit of that right now by the Legion.
Yep, and we see that the Zephyr and the Wildsoul are notably like not doing equal right now. Where the Zephyr is 260 GPM, still kind of struggling. Wildsoul just took 2 triple stacks and basically booted himself all the way to 350 GPM. And this was a Wildsoul that they tried to shut down. They tried to lock him down. And Wildsoul picks up a wind whistle. My man!
Hey, yo. Efficiency right there.
My man!
Colic knows
He
what's
does
up. 15 move speed for it's only 200 gold, right, for Wind Whistle? So.
Yeah. So I've had this discussion with like people plenty of times. But basically the idea of the discussion is if you will always buy boots, right? If you don't buy boots, like you could basically say someone is griefing almost. But the same doesn't apply for Wind Whistle for some reason, even though it's the same efficiency. Like movement per gold wise.
Another inventory slot, I'm sure, is the big counter argument, but yeah, top lane. Deadwood, there's the combo. First use of the portal key, and there we go. That's exactly what you want to see with the PK pickup. Showing it off with a kill. That's a big one. The TP, whoever that was, ends up canceling as well. No point to commit any further. So Midwinter, he continues to lead right now in GPM, 430 gold per minute. Obviously, we see the portal key. Now he's going to start snowballing from there. At least that is the idea. Puppet Master, as thought, we haven't really addressed too much. We've seen the combos coming out, but he's over 400 GPM now as well. He's got the early build online. You know, he's got the Ghost Marchers, the Mad Fred's Brass Knuckles. He's got his own Wind Whistle, speaking of that. But what kind of build do you expect to see on the Puppet Master here?
Yeah, so first of all, I love the fact that he picked up the Fortified Bracer here. The Fortified Bracer is, got a change recently where it now gives 1 magic armor.
Okay.
And just this extra bit of strength and the 1 magic armor is so big against something like a Pebbles. Because Pebbles, of course, has a very set amount of burst, and in mid lane, he's in trouble.
Yeah, they're going. There's the combo. There's that magic armor coming into play, but it's still not enough. He just got the Mystic Vestment as well, I noticed. So clearly, he's trying to mitigate all this damage. But, yeah. I mean, that was just a combo you can't stop. 4 heroes coming together. The Pebbles, perfect initiation. He just had no chance.
Yeah, so he also got tossed like all the way to Narnia there in the mid lane. There was no surviving that, of course, even if he had like 6 Fortified Bracers. But the idea is try to not get one-shot by Pebbles. And that is a very good idea because Pebbles starts snowballing a lot if he gets the opportunity to make solo kills. And against Pebbles has a very set amount of damage, right? Basically the combo, like 1 or 2 auto attacks. And that damage threshold, that's what you just want to reach or go above, you know? Oh, Bubbles.
Yeah, Bubbles take cover. Clearly sees him initially, but the show's applied and the Willowmaker slams him down. Even with the Kelp build defensively, it is not enough. Icor could not do much else either. So we saw the TPs coming in, but a little bit too late. And that'll be the end of that. Now Pebbles back to farm. So yeah, good find by the Legion.
Yeah.
As they make a good kill happen there. This is a big ancient stack on the Hellborn side, by the way. We'll see Colic or somebody do that eventually, I'm sure. But Colic is just pushing top lane during all this. He's doing a lot of damage to the tier 2 tower. It is going to eventually be thwarted, but obviously Colic also 400 gold per minute now. And yeah, he wants to go for it. Oh man, this is risky. He does not realize what's about to happen. The collapse takes place. And that is going to be a kill on Wildsoul. So,
me on the mid lane?
He got the tower kill, I suppose, so that's solid there, but obviously a death. And yeah, you mentioned mid lane. Is it a kill?
Oh, no. If he played that a bit more patiently, if the prisoner got in range there, that was would have been huge actually there, stopping his momentum a little bit. But the Hellborn team right now is just split and so efficiently farming. And It's kind of funny. Oh, actually, prisoner smoked and is gonna run into the bubbles, and the Iker here.
Yeah.
Nope.
Close.
Swing and a miss, as you said. No,
Yeah.
but they seem to do the same thing every game. So everyone in this Hellborn team has their dedicated role, and they don't really deviate from that, right? So this bubbles, like I don't know what he was playing last game. I don't know if you remember.
Bubbles.
Oh, also bubbles. Okay.
Bubbles. Back-to-back bubbles. Yep.
Yeah, but he just like split pushes, basically the entire game. And bottom lane. Oh, Pebbles porting in.
They're going. I was gonna say Pebbles is coming in. And there's the setup. Pebbles trying to find the angle. Goes for the bird. Gets the word. Gets the kill. Prisoner likely dead as well. Iker eventually helping to run him down. So a couple of kills just like that. And yeah, Bubbles being elusive, setting up kills. That's what this hero does. So well played again by SRP. Is yeah, clearly comfortable on it. He's got the light brand. We did see that Grimoire picked up last game. Yeah, interesting too. Yeah, he doesn't value the portal key earlier on, just like last game. But you know what? It worked then, and it seems like it's working here just fine.
I think that would might be in trouble.
Well, never mind, because jumps in with a puppet show. The Voodoo Puppet's put out as well, but Iker's here to help him out, and Puppet Master going to be comboed down. Iker just trying to, or excuse me, Pebbles trying to run. The Willowmaker on the puppet doesn't matter. It's like it just tickled him a little bit, and Pebbles just walks it off.
Yeah. So the puppet's used to take a lot more damage, but it's actually an interesting interaction there, and I'm surprised that Vulka doesn't know this. But the puppet, the Voodoo Puppet, right? The ultimate from Puppet Master.
Yeah.
He has 0 strength. And if you look at Willowmaker does 200 physical damage plus bonus damage based on 40% of the target's strength.
Right.
So it just did 200 physical damage there.
Not much.
No.
As we saw, yeah.
Yeah, the power of like the ultimate from Deadwood is that it's like damage based on the target's strength. But the Voodoo Puppet, of course, having no strength means that it just does nothing. It's the same thing if you were to ultimate a creep or, you know, Kongor. I guess what my conclusion is here is that Vulka doesn't ultimate enough creeps.
He should have picked up on that. Yeah, maybe he just thought he was a little bit lower as well, but yeah, either way, just no kill happens. Obviously, it was pretty easy surviving in the air for Pebbles.
Yeah.
While that was all happening, too, they also killed the bottom tier 1. Now, speaking of that, the Legion side does the same down there. They get their own objective. So, gold-wise, I mean, it's a 3,000 lead right now for Noah New Gen, but certainly nothing too crazy. Oh, it jumps up a little bit more because of another tower kill, so...
Yeah, but like the tower difference here, as you mentioned, is quite important because if you look at like the tower difference, is that Noah New Gen has taken 2 more towers than the Legion side here has, and that helps so much for like these supporting cast players that otherwise usually don't have that much. Because like the Rhapsody and the Iker, of course, haven't really been farming themselves. They've just been sitting behind people. And without the tower gold, they just wouldn't have that much at all. And they have been really defending their own towers a lot as well. As like the bottom tower just fell, basically, for the Hellborn bottom tower. As they're doing Kongor. But yeah, but they've been just defending it so much. And I also want to touch on what you said before with the bubbles going for the light brand. The reason they, generally speaking, do that is because you want to be able to one-shot creep waves with bubbles. And bubbles, if he pressed QW, it's like 560 damage, and creeps having like 580 HP now. So then you just have to like the light brand dot finish off the creeps, you know? Mm-hmm. It's also why you see like a lot of bubble players go for spell shards level 1 and just level 1. Because that is enough, with the 10% extra damage to creeps, is enough to like allow you to one-shot waves.
Good. So a couple more things to talk about here too. Speaking of items, look at a couple of items on the Hellborn side that they're prioritizing that maybe aren't every game items, and of course referring to that Void Talisman. Both picked up on Pebbles and Bubbles here in this game. A lot of physical presence, and here we go. Pebbles, speaking of, jumps in right there, goes for Puppet Master, but by himself, there's that Void Talisman. We do see the damage mitigation as a result, but it is not going to matter. So Midwinter getting a little too aggressive by himself right there. Bubbles was nearby, but chose not to initiate. But yeah, look at that. Icar pushes bottom during that, and Wild Soul was pushing the mid tier 2 as well. Gets it very low. Not enough for the kill though, but now Prisoner, he's hunting. He's got the smoke. He is not being seen currently.
It's not that team though.
Somebody. Icar, yeah, he's going to try to go for the hook there. Icar essentially playing the ward for his Wild Soul. He is going to be brought in and very possibly could end up dying now as a result, but you know, again, he's doing his job. He's keeping Wild Soul alive and making this take as long as possible.
Do you understand what I mean with Spoon Movie now?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Over the course of 5 years, the Icar finally died.
Yeah. Well,
no, but like, yeah, they pushed this, like, pushed and pushed and pushed, and you saw like this mid tower also being in deny range actually, and they just keep pushing and farming, and yeah, we saw of course the a lot of physical damage and physical displacement with the hook on the Legion side, so the Void makes some sense. The Pebbles basically just thinking like, yeah, I'm not, if they go on me, oh, Deadwood thinking about going, not going to. Deadwood of course does have that Lex, so Deadwood also right now is quite a powerful hero, partially because of this Lex Talionis, because like every kill that you get adds like more minus armor on this Lex effect. And right now with 4 charges, it's minus 4.2 armor for like 1 point something K gold, which is really efficient.
Come back here.
So I gotta ask here, Dutch, another couple things. By the way, a very late Alchemist bone. Okay, there's so many things in this game, I mean, that are funky, I feel like, but look at the build on Puppet Master. He went the Astrolabe, he just bought an Alchemist Bones at 21 minutes, and you know, a little bit later on, but going, so we'll start there. What's your take on the Astrolabe and now the later on Alchemist?
So the Astrolabe makes some level of sense because he already had the Fortified Bracer, and the Astrolabe, of course, the Fortified Bracer builds into the Astrolabe. Now the Elk Bones, I don't like it, but I do understand it.
Okay.
So, Puppet Master, this game has very much a lack of space, because Zephyr is farming, like Puppet Master, generally speaking, is like we talked about before, with like players that create space, players that take space. Right. Piston is like more the space taker in their team. Aston is more the space maker. But he cannot really make space unless he has like a good enough farm injection. But if you give him a lot of farm, he will use that farm to create more space. And Pebbles is exactly the same, right? You give Pebbles a good start, he's gonna create space for the rest of your team. And he's gonna do a lot of work with that. But the Elk Bones right now is just so he can kind of keep up his farm, because right now he's just not finding any place to farm.
Yeah, it's about 400 gold per minute. That's pretty respectable, but yeah, in comparison, he's, what, 6th right now in the game in GPM, so understandable. I want something to help recover. Warby, so like, again, we can't forget about what you got. I almost feel like quietly he's been doing his thing. He's only 1-0-2 right now in this game, but he's 500 gold per minute himself. He's got Twin Fangs to go with now that Shrunken Head. This is a Warbeast that is ready to fight, and so now for the Legion side, it seems like, I was going to say, you know, do they play around that idea? And they kind of are. I mean, Prisoner, he's looking for initiation. There we go, the jump. The Grass Pit Icor, there's the Willowmaker, but, you know, what else is new? It's going to take forever. Finally, they kill the support Icor. And that'll be it, though. So, again, kind of playing that movable ward. Gets the vision, ends up dying for it, but allows the Hellborn team to fall back and reposition themselves. The Wild Soul, by the way, he just got his own Butterfly. Or Wingbook, excuse me, and he's now 700 gold per minute on the Wild Soul. Dear Lord. He is just massively farming in this game. They're going to team smoke. They want to try to find this Wild Soul, clearly.
They do see him with the good ward there. It's a very smart ward, like deep in the lane,
Mm-hmm.
to basically scout out the wild soul and stuff. But they
Bottom.
may have seen him smoke. Oh,
Zephyr's in trouble. That staff of the master, though, with the Typhoon, it is definitely doing some work right here, but it's not going to be enough for any kind of turn kill. And there's the toss back. Kulik actually taking credit for that kill. He ends up TPing it away from the death trap top lane. Ends up getting the kill bottom. I mean, it's just the efficiency of movement is so on point by this guy.
yeah, and like the where the wild soul can play relatively aggressively and like greedily, because wild soul has basically hasted movement speed when he has that wild buff activated. Zephyr doesn't have that, right? Zephyr doesn't have that luxury. Like where wild soul just like speeds on away like a race car, Zephyr will eventually get caught and get jumped down or get killed if he's not careful. So I kind of have to say that I find Priestun a little bit out of position there. Like being that far up, pushing that aggressively.
It definitely feels like the game state right now, though, for this Legion side, it's almost a little bit of desperation. It doesn't need to be. I mean, it's, again, difference about 5,000, but understandably, they are getting worried about how much time they're giving to Kulik on this wild soul to do what he does best and just increase that GPM, which again is now over that 700 mark. So, and this is a hero that we talk about scaling. I mean, obviously one of the best in the game because of the boo-boo factor too, right? So he himself is already getting a very good inventory of items, and then you're going to have to deal with boo-boo being built up after that. So is it safe to say that the Legion side is on a bit of a clock here?
Yeah, for sure. Like the Legion side is a little bit on the clock because they're heroes that want to be farming, which is like the Puppet Master, because that's like the better scaling carry. Oh, the guy's gonna find a Pebbles here. If they're fast.
Bubbles just get away, but yeah, there's the kill. Actually, Pebbles, you mentioned, jumps on a prisoner. The Willowmaker shuts him down, though. Rhapsody going to be pulled in as well. The Typhoon's put that on top of the protective melody. It's going to be canceled immediately. In the midst of that, Iker's also going to fall. So a big fight here for LDWAA and the Legion. That's the one they were looking for. That's the opening. And now how do they react off of this?
And they even kill the boo-boo.
They do, yeah.
That's animal abuse. PETA!
That's there for 20 seconds.
Someone call PETA! Oh,
He doesn't even care.
No, he's not. Oh, doesn't care. No, he's just going straight for Kong, and like, it makes sense that he's just going there, right? He's just like, he's playing Wild Soul in a way where he's just, I'm not interested in fighting anything other than creeps. I'm just gonna click creeps. I'm gonna click towers, and that is basically what he has been doing. But by doing that, he's been also creating so much space for his bubbles, and just he's been creating problems for the Legion team that they need to solve. Because he is just constantly knocking on Heaven's door, right? He's constantly pushing out the top lane, then pushing out the bottom lane, then he's doing this, then he's always like across the map. And probably very frustratingly, he is not getting caught at all. Speaking of people getting caught, Prisoner is playing with fire there. Oh.
I mean, yeah, Bubbles is actually going to lead the way here. Kelfield catch. Puppet Master just evaporates there in the midst of it. Willowmaker going to be, he's trying to use it. Gets staccato stun, though. Bubbles hold the take cover. He's going to be found. Walsall did eventually get by the Willowmaker, but it's too much offensive pressure by the Hellboy side this time. They catch up to Prisoner. Deadwood having to run away, but a double tap for Kulik. It could be more. Typhoon, good placement by Zephyr, will deter them and eventually help him get away. But you see this Wild Soul, that's kind of the first time we've seen the Wild Soul factor using his farm and putting out some big damage on the opposition.
Yeah, it is the first time I've seen Wild Soul right-click an enemy instead of a creep for, I think, 10 minutes or something right now. But like that's just a good efficient jump, right? So they jump Pebbles, the Puppet Master right off the bat, which is the target they need to jump on, because this Wild Soul right now does not have a Shrunken yet. So Puppet Master can still like make him attack an ally for 3.5 seconds. But what the Wild Soul does not have to be afraid of is of course this Deadwood, because Deadwood's ultimate is based on physical damage. Oh. Bubbles?
Bubbles? He's in trouble, but they're protected. Melody at the last second, the heal on up, and the turn time now for Noah Nugent. They blow up the prisoner. Puppet Master in the back lines. Again, he just can't do a damn thing. He's the one that's supposed to be locking down the others. And the staccato stuns and everything else, he just could not move like a wild. So, okay, Colic, calm down there, buddy. Colic's going really deep. No way, the lifesteal. Okay, he finally will die. I thought for a second there he might have actually turned that, but no. Void Talisman by Pebbles. He's looking to teleport out. Bubbles is like, wait, why are you going? We want to fight this still. This is a pretty chaotic fight, but you gotta love it. So the Wild Soul death definitely turns things a little bit in this fight, but I mean, it's still Noah Nugent feeling pretty good about the outcome.
Yeah, and the Bubbles was just basically sitting there, even though Wild Soul, sorry, I mean the Warbeast, I think if he like gets 5 or 6 hits into this Bubbles might still die. But Bubbles was like, I have a Void Talisman, I would take cover, I can sit in immunity, like long past your ultimate is already run out. So if you wanna square off, let's do this. I'm just gonna chill my shell for like 9 seconds.
Yeah.
And honestly, that is like the power, of course, of that Void Talisman, right? Even if he gets kind of caught, the only thing he needs to be really afraid of is this Puppet Master. And how do you deal with that? Well, jump Puppet Master.
Well, that and also Puppet Master, he's also having to put priority potentially on the Wild Soul too. So it's like Bubbles almost has free reign as far as what he's able to do this game because of how he's built especially. And obviously where SRP is at. So yeah, he's 3-1-8, 528 gold per minute himself. He has 4,000 gold saved up just about. So something else big could be coming as well. We'll see what that is. Maybe something like a sheep, of course, is that direction that you maybe would expect to happen. But
Come back here.
either way, he's got options to choose from. As far as the Legion side, I mean, where does LDWA go from here? I mean, we've seen a little bit of this kind of group up and just forcing fights, but are they doing enough? Is that almost like where they have to be at? Like just pushes 5 and see what happens?
They are definitely setting up. Look at how aggressive Rhapsody's positioned himself here.
Absolutely.
They just want to jump Puppet Master.
Oh, man.
They do that,
They do.
they win a team fight.
Look at Pebbles. Pebbles is going for it, trying to find the target. Typhoon's put down. Not the place you want to find necessarily for you on the Hellbourne side. Meanwhile, what you got in the midst, but another protected out at the last second. It saves Wild Soul. Wild Soul lifesteal kicking in and will finally go down, but they used everything to focus the Wild Soul. There's the combo. Pebbles. Double taps. Hat tricks coming out for Midwinter. I mean, that was just an absolutely chaotic fight. Both teams were just like, screw it, let's just go, baby. And we just saw the outcome. Again, killing Wild Soul, but it doesn't matter. That Staff of the Master on Pebbles doing so much work. And he gave the staff to somebody, too. It looks like he gave it to Bubbles, so the count build even enhanced throughout that as well. Yeah, that could have been the final fight, potentially.
Yeah, and like the Bubbles staff doesn't even really matter that much. But like the Iker was also, again, so bloody tanky there. You saw at the end, like Warbeast is one of the scarier heroes in the game. Of course, with that ultimate form activated, having a 2x crit and like a reduced base attack time, which means that like he scales way better with attack speed. And he started auto-attacking this Iker because the Pebbles had a Void, the Bubbles had a Void and take cover. So it's like, you know, I'm just gonna hit something that I can actually hit and do damage to instead of like them just activating Voids.
Right.
And Iker just didn't die. It took so long, like 3 auto-attacks and it was like 70% HP.
Yeah, Iker's pretty good at that. And him and Rhapsody, I mean, this is an amazing defensive supporting combo.
Yeah.
That we have right now in the game for this Hellbourne side and support this trio as they've been doing throughout. So yeah, back-to-back deaths of Wild Soul, but it just doesn't feel like it matters. I mean, well, the game state obviously reflects that too. It just doesn't matter. Colic is back to farm. He's still 700 plus gold per minute, even despite that. And I keep trying to
That's
find
demonic.
Oh,
yeah,
he has demonic finish on the bear now. Okay.
He has nothing on Boo Boo. He finished demonic on himself,
On
basically.
himself. Okay, I was gonna say usually that'd be not even amazing on the bear.
Or I saw him right-click demonic, I should say.
Okay.
But a thing that I'm a little bit surprised on is that he didn't even buy boots on Boo Boo. Or Abyssal Skull. Like, okay, so I am a notoriously terrible Wildstorm player. Like, notoriously bad.
I think most people are.
Yeah, but like, among most people, I am notorious for being terrible at Wildstorm.
Hold on
Actually,
thought for a
they're
second, because yeah, we got a big fight brewing here. Prisoner's like, all right, I don't want to open on you, but I kind of have to. That's not the target you want to go for. Bevels, thank you very much. He jumps in, the aura applied. There's a puppet show. Bubbles in the backline zone, creating his chaos. A particular mode is going to be a full duration as well, mitigating so much damage. Eventually, Warbeast goes for the Typhus down, but again, it just doesn't seem to matter in the midst of it. Wild Soul shredding down the Warbeast. He's dead. The TP out from Zephyr. It's not going to happen. He too will be caught, and he too is dead. Why not throw out the hat trick for Colic? This time they cannot kill the Wild Soul, and he gets 3 kills out of it. And now it's push the top lane, go for what could potentially be the final. In fact, there it is.
And look at their base.
The GG.
Yeah.
It is official. Yeah, their base was being shredded. At this point, there really is no comeback. So well played by Noah Nugent. They're going to get that rematch against Vinicius in the grand finals here in just a little bit. That's going to be a hell of a series.
Yeah, and this, like, I have to say, this was absolutely deserved. It's like a much a joy for someone as like interested in drafts and stuff as I am to see like heroes that I never really see work, and see them like be used in these situations in like a competitive setting, like Wild Soul. You know, I haven't really seen that hero like played properly in like a comp setting in, well, except for last week, of course, like well, I think 10 years or something. So it's absolutely a joy to see.
It's again, we'll talk about this more in the upcoming series, I'm sure too, but it's just also a case of Colic just showing his diversity. I mean, any kind of the space taking hero, that term you keep using.
Yeah.
Wild Soul certainly is that. Even with the horrible start in the laning phase, which was expected, they purposely sacrificed him in the mid lane. He stayed alive enough, and eventually that transition came, and he pushed lane solo. He took advantage of stacks in the jungle, as we see time and time again with this team. In Midwinter, did it in the top lane this time, but they got him the priority free farm. It's almost like clockwork with this team, I feel like, right now. For Noah Nugent on their strategy, and they do a hell of a job at executing it and performing. But again, Vinicius, dare I say, they figured them out more than any other team, and we saw that last weekend. The reason why they're in the loser bracket, as they knocked him down with the 2-1 series. So again, this best of 5. This is going to be something, Dutch. But yeah, final thoughts before we go on a break here.
Yeah, like what I want to say is, they each seem to have their specialties. This Thai team. And they seem to execute those specialties to perfection almost. So I think it is the job for Vinicius to try and disrupt what those guys like want to do. If Colic doesn't get the farm, that is the games that he loses. If Midwinter doesn't get a good start, that is the kind of game where he doesn't create a lot of space for his team. So those are my final thoughts.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, again, we are going to take a little bit of a break. Might have some content in between as well. Obviously, understandably, I'm sure Noah and Nugent wouldn't mind a bit of a break themselves after a fun series here. But the grand finals will be coming up here for HoN Awakening Tournament number 1. Best out of 5. It'll be Noah Nugent taking on Vinicius in just a short bit. You do not want to miss it. Stay tuned. We'll be back. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to the HoN Awakening Tournament Championship Saturday. We have made it to the championship match. That's right, the grand finals this year, that $2,000 prize pool on the line. But frankly, more importantly, the title of HoN Awakening Tournament Champion, I think, is pretty significant as well, especially with this being the first one. This should be good. I am Breaking CBK, joined by Dutch Onage. We have a best out of 5. That means at least 3 games. There's good potential. We could go the distance. These two teams, they matched earlier in the winter bracket finals. It was 2-1 in favor of Vinicius. Noah Newgen, though, we just saw them in the lower bracket finals. They are on momentum. I'm looking forward to a hell of a series here. What about you, Dutch?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's very clear here that the Allegiance side, the European team, has done their homework, right? Because we see Iker ban, we see a Tundra ban, and we see a Soul Reaper ban. Like 3 heroes that have been extremely dominant in the hands of Noah Newgen here. And where we saw last week, actually, that they did not ban the Tundra the first match, and we saw the Tundra just walk away with victory that game. He was like a 15-minute puzzle box and just roll over them. So they said like, no. We learned, we evolved, and we're just gonna ban the Tundra right at the bat. But an Empath pick first pick. That's I've seen them do this before, and they really seem to value the Empath a lot.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. The last week, again, the match that I at least watched cast, I don't believe we saw it in that series either between these two teams. So, perhaps was banned, to be fair, but you mentioned especially more reaction bans of very recent games in their previous series, so opens up the door for the Empath to be snatched up by Vinicius. So they go the Empath direction. They get their support out of the way, at least one of their supports, Geomancer, the so far early response for the side of Noah Newgen. But again, just a reminder for those that may have missed the lower bracket or the winter bracket finals last weekend, these two teams, it was a victory in the first game for Noah Newgen. It seemed like they were going to just keep that momentum going throughout the tournament. But then clearly game 2, Vinicius made adjustments, not only with the draft, but their play style, being aggressive, taking away the jungle stacks that Noah Newgen loves to be efficient with, specifically for Colic, of course. And game 2, they ended up winning, and then of course game 3 was even a more dominant victory for them. So that's like I said, this kind of begs the question now of how can Noah Newgen react? How can they adapt? Which we haven't necessarily seen that yet, kind of playing on their back foot here in the grand finals. That's what I'm most excited for. But yeah, the Geomancer bubbles is their response early on.
Yeah, and what we saw the Vinicius do really well last week was apply pressure, and I think we talked about it a little bit in the break as well, right? Like what the Noah Newgen seems to dislike is when they are, well, what most people dislike, when they are put outside of the comfort zones. Like when they are when they are under pressure, they seem to make a lot of mistakes. While if they get to just execute the plan that they go into the game with, they are really just going, like they just roll away with it. Their coordination of this team, as we actually saw last couple of games as well, the coordination is really, really on point. They always like know what they want to do in each team fight. They know which heroes they want to target. They know like what their respective jobs are in the team fights. For example, the Rhapsody last game, we saw like the Rhapsody just sits in the backline with a smoke until the moment that the other team outputs a lot of damage, and then he's just gonna blink into the trees and popping out an ultimate, stalling the damage for like a couple of seconds, and that often just turns the team fight or something. So yeah, the coordination is just really, really on point. But for now, I'm looking at these two heroes in the Hellborn lineup, and they are slippery bastards. They are slippery heroes.
Right.
So I feel like maybe the Legion side should have considered picking up some faster stuns or something, you know?
Yeah, I mean, right now they don't necessarily have that. Kind of goes back to the last game we talked about with the Puppet Master having that puppet show, the instant cast, so a good ability for catching somebody like a Bubbles. But yeah, so far, I see your point. They don't necessarily have that. We'll see with their final 2 picks if that is addressed, because SRP, back-to-back games in that previous series, he played it very well. Played that Bubbles, and expect that it'll end up in his hands once again. But yeah, Geomancer Arise, similar idea there as well. And we'll see where that hero ends up himself.
Yeah.
But the bans to finish. Yeah, what do we got? We got
So
Behemoth
Forest.
Pebble, Swiftblade,
Yeah.
Deadwood, Lord South Forest. Yep, we see that ban.
They've been banning this Forest basically every game, I've noticed.
Have they? Okay. I want to say that previous series, Vinicius did run it, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
At least
Swiftblade
one of
as
those
well.
games, but yeah.
Yeah, they
Did
did
they
a
ban
couple of
Pharaoh,
times.
by the way? They did ban Pharaoh, right? No.
No.
That's a hero that Jajenko, he definitely played very well in that series. So yeah, we are not going to see the Pharaoh ban. So it's still of potential.
Yeah. No, but like the Pharaoh is a lot less good against heroes like Geomancer and Bubbles because they can just get out the mummy wall so easily.
That's true.
But
yeah.
we saw him, I think, one time against Forsaken Archer and one time against the Moon Queen, where he just jumped their carry hero, popped the mummy walls, and popped the barbed armor. It's like, you want to hit me? Sure, buddy. Hit me.
Let's go.
Yeah, and it's like effectively you're locking down the enemy carry for 6 seconds. That is game changing.
Yeah.
So they could choose to pick it up, but to go back to this Bubbles, right? We've seen these Bubbles played by the SRP fella. We see him do the same thing every game. He's just gonna sit in the off lane and he's gonna push and push and push. So what you could do in response is pick a hero that can like effectively solo kill Bubbles. So coming to mind, like something like a Kane, for example, can solo kill Bubbles. And just if you have that like somewhere like in the solo lane, then suddenly the Bubbles is like cannot really split push that effectively anymore. Because he's just under constant threat, you know? Oh, Predator. And in much the opposite way as well, Bubbles does not apply any pressure or any threats to the Predator. And there's their fast stun, by the way.
Yep.
Kinesis with both Magma's stun and with the Kinesis ultimate, of course, is actually a really good pickup here.
That's true. Yeah, Kinesis, the ability to steal that Magnus stun, and definitely an ability he's going to be looking to get. Yeah, so a strong Kinesis pick certainly in that end. Okay, there we go. Why not? Let's almost, a mirror of the previous game that we saw right there, at least, especially with the Wild Soul, that Bubbles, a Rhapsody. But yeah, Wild Soul picked up, will be in the hands of Kolick. I also want to talk about this Predator, though. It's kind of funny seeing the Predator here because I was having some offline conversation with a couple others, and for whatever reason, the context was coming up that, yeah, carry heroes right now, Predator's just not one we really see a lot, in the higher tier games, let alone competitive, but trying to, maybe figure out why. Well, it's going to be seen here. Puppet Soul the one to play it, and so much for that. But obviously, where he really is strong is if he has heroes around him that keep others in place and allows him to just sit there right-clicking, that's where he's very powerful, and they certainly have a bit of that.
Yeah, and like Predator is, we do see him a little bit in high TMM for sure. Competitive, indeed, not as much. And I think a lot of that comes down to two factors. One, Predator is a hero that does not really want to go for Cleaver. You usually want to go for either Elk Bones or the Hyper Crown for a more farming-oriented build. And Hyper Crown is just not in a very good spot compared to Cleaver, And number two is Predator is often very single target focused. While most carry heroes that we see being picked up, even Wild Soul does like a bit of AoE damage, but think like Moon Queen, think Forsaken Archer, think what else did we see? They all do like big AoE damage, and they do a lot of like outputs in a huge team fight. And if you're just single target focused, that is a significant weakness, I would say. But Predator right here just makes a lot of sense because Predator just doesn't really need to be afraid of the Geomancer and the bubbles that much, right? So you can just kind of let the Predator do his own thing, and he can just like push aggressively, and then they're trying to gank him. You just like stone hide and TP out.
Right.
And that's the power of the Predator here.
Yeah, it seems like it's understandable. Of course, this is just game 1 of a best of 5, kind of a feeler game, you could say, but still, to see it picked up at the grand finals, clearly confidence is there that it's a good pick to be had. And
Empath and Rhapsody warded like at exactly the same time.
I wonder. So yeah, Courier's already coming out. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe a Rev Ward is on there for Rhapsody. Gonna try to counter this immediately, and that's a bit unfortunate for the Empath. But talk about being on the same page there. As there's the Rev Ward, so he uses it. Yep, there you go.
Oh, okay, and that is look what he did. The Rhapsody did right there is so smart,
right?
Because they are playing. Okay, feeding is a little bit less smart, I'll say.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to cost him his life in the end. So talk about defending the war. They don't defend it, but they will get the kill, and that's a bloodlust going the way of actually Kinesis, the one to pick it up when it's all said and done. But Wall, Geomancer, he's fine. Just harassment.
But what I want to say was before the point, like the Rhapsody actually placed the Rev Ward inside of the medium camp, and they want to definitely block this medium camp because they realized, okay, you know, Legion side here, Vinicius, is playing this tri lane with Kinesis plus Empath plus Torture, which means that you want to basically just sit under your tower. Whenever you leave your tower, it's likely that you're going to die, especially against the Empath. With that wall, we've seen this before, I think. I think we saw it like against another team, if not mistaken, but like with the Empath wall, like in this tri lane is just so dangerous to play against, right? It just puts you out of position. And actually, even the Rhapsody positioned or like rotated here, where they are going to, dual mid lane.
It's like why a Rhapsody Wild Soul, especially if they're trialing against you, it doesn't seem like it's going to accomplish a whole lot. So yeah, just like last game, once again, Colic on the Wild Soul is going to be kind of in a sacrificial lane. And they want to set up Midwinter on the Magnus to have a good start. Now, rotations are already taking place. Empath headed towards the mid. Look at Rhapsody. Pew Pew doing what he does best, stacking some camps for the eventual farm there. Kraken bottom lane. He's going to take some good damage. Jenko able to buy the distance, though, with that charge, of course, so he is fine back to the mid lane. And more action continues. You got now Rhapsody taking some auto attacks, and we've turned now into a 2 versus 2 lane here in the middle.
Yeah, Rhapsody does need to be a little... Oh, backwards?
Uh-oh. Oh, my God. Wow. He almost died right there. The wall. Okay. Eating the tree. Midwinter's fine, but he's got to play very careful now, waiting for some more regen to come out.
Yeah, both teams actually playing with fire.
Bottom? Okay, well, Janko, they eventually catch up to him behind the tier 1, and they do take out Kraken. So playing with fire, and in the end, Noah Newgen wins that battle at least.
Yeah, and so Magnus actually bought an HP potion, and Empath instantly cancelled that with the wall. So that's actually pretty huge. And we see Kinesis rotating over. Kinesis taking the Magnus Q.
And this is what we're talking about, Dutch. Vinicius is just so good at playing aggressive into this team. Kinesis, okay, maybe that's a little too aggressive. Right there. Okay, I don't know about that one. Yeah, he stole the Q, but he's unable to use it effectively, so ends up giving up a kill there. That's not what you want to be doing.
So the initial thought was good. I feel like he didn't really think what, you know, he basically never expected to get that far, you know? Yeah. And this, I don't know what to do now. I just kind of error forward.
I did not expect to be on top of your tower. What's going on with this? Rhapsody? Nice wall there.
That's huge wall.
Kinesis coming in as well. And there's the lava surge from Kinesis. So Puppet Soul, credit for the kill. Some wolf time coming out. And Kinesis immediate response. Bottom lane, Kajenko again. Taking a ride, does Geomancer. Well placed, the Shell Surf. I mean, it's already 3-2 hero kills. We're just about hit 3 minutes into this game. It's no surprise here. Game number 1, Dutch. We got plenty of action.
Yeah, and we see the Kinesis actually rotating over again here. They are kind of leaving this Wild Soul in a 1v1 situation against Torture, which is fine for as long as the Geomancer doesn't like suddenly rotate over. And I love, by the way, look what Geomancer's doing. He's just gonna sacrifice himself to creeps with the bottle from Bubbles in his inventory.
Okay.
And he's basically not gonna lose any gold. He's just gonna port right back to the bottom lane with a full bottle. And instead of like walking all the way back and then having to TP back, this is way faster. So just good efficiency there. Actually, Magmus is in a little bit of trouble.
Magmus going in. That's because he knows support's coming. Speaking of Geomancer, Staccato stuns as well, but Geomancer late to come in, misses the stun with the dig, and Empath survives. So close call there. Another health potion pop by Magmus, though. Coming back to full life. So the action continues to be revolving around this mid lane. As I say that, Kraken once again hiding in the trees as he took some more pressure from just the solo Bubbles currently. But yeah, only 4 minutes in, and it's just the action not showing any signs of subduing. You know, we haven't touched too much on the top lane. Now, because of this, how much attention is being brought to the middle, Wild Soul is having a great time up here now.
Oh, Kinesis?
And they would love a kill on Kinesis, but Wild Soul, I mean, I don't think he can.
Yes, he's slow.
Yeah, he can. Okay. Oh my god. Yeah, I underestimated big time.
And gank with us again, yeah. Yeah, so the Q, sorry, the ground pounds from the Wild Soul was like 150, 160 physical damage. And you can do that twice, basically, so it's 320 physical damage. And Geomancer dies once again, takes a short way back to the base. And Magmus gets his Q taken again, but funny thing is, right, like this is the mid lane right now kind of shows like how important rune control is in this situation, because the Magmus has a haste rune bottled up.
Somebody's dying here. Who's it going to be? Wild Soul go for the turn. No, it's not going to be enough. Well played by Torture. He does not take the tower aggro either, just using that impalement. Hit the chain reactions initially, and it is enough damage for the kill. That's a solo kill for Torture. That's big.
Yeah, and the ultimate specifically. Ultimate from Torture level 1 is super efficient. It's 20 mana per second for like 70 damage per second, which is just like a really efficient spell for like taking stacks and all that sort of stuff. But like, sorry, go back to the Magmus. Because he has that haste rune, Predator cannot really kill him. And he can just play as aggressive as he wants. If he does not have that haste rune, the Venomous Leap, the Q from the Predator, it actually restrains now for like up to 3 seconds. Which means that like, while you're restrained, you cannot actually use the Magmus Q. So being patient with that haste rune, realizing that like his haste rune is his advantage in this lane.
Yeah.
It's really fun. It's really great to see, because it's instead of like just wasting it for like a kill or something, keeping it just provides you so much value. And actually, Predator might be in trouble here.
Look at the setup mid lane. Yeah, they've been setting up for a while, using the vision, or the darkness, I should say. There's the dig. It hits Empath. Predator off to the side. Is he going to actually go in? There are TPs jumping. He jumps on a Rhapsody. They do lose Empath. Those TPs, will they continue? It looks like it. Got a big fight brewing. There's a turn kill on a Rhapsody. They also take out the Geomancer. Now Bubbles. A little more difficult, of course, but he does not have a Shell Surf. He's going to have to kill field defensively here. Shell Surf in 5 seconds. Maybe. He doesn't even have the mana for it. No, he doesn't actually, but he's fine.
Magmus no kill.
Magmus back to the mid lane. The auto attacks, and Predator gets one more. Yes, he gets the kill. Just walks him down and eventually secures it. Vinicius definitely winning that exchange in the mid lane. Now, again, you always have to think about, well, where's Collector in all this? Well, he's free farming top lane, so there is that factor, but still a good fight for Vinicius.
Yeah, but they lost like an Empath and they got like 3 or 4 kills. And where like you had the Puppet Master and the what else did they have last game? The Zephyr against the Wild Soul. Just like, you know, whatever. Predator against the Wild Soul. I'd say Predator wins it every day. Like with that's carnivorous. It just tears through people in the late game if you just get some attack speed. And like the hero,
we can't forget about Empath too, right? There's a synergy there with the Predator.
True. And like the amazing lockdown that Kraken Ultimate provides these days.
Yeah,
Oh, mid lane.
Speaking of empath, that's gonna be a Magnus ultimate, but little did he know there was rotation coming in. Now, Geomancer at least will finish off the empath, so 1 for 1, but again, it's just action in the lane. It's essentially kind of a mini mid-wars we got going on right here. Just unforced accountable right now. You got Janko, he'll charge and he'll be fine. But yeah, the action continues to be around this mid lane, the focal point, absolutely, on these two teams. But meanwhile, Torturer, Sigma, he's certainly had a fantastic game. We saw that solo kill he had earlier on. He is 1-0-2, the top GPM right now at 425. And it looks like he is going to push this top tower. And so I got to ask Dutch, and Torturer, a core hero, what is the expected, like what kind of item progression do you think we're going to see here?
Oh, actually, as they...
Catch him. Oh, Bubbles thought he had the timing, but great reaction by Sigma to get out.
Yep, well played. Like, the teleport to the outer tower is, of course, half a second longer per tier. So 1 second longer for the tier 3 tower. So in general, if you TP within like a second of them TPing, you should be fine. And that was like literally on the edge. But yeah, sorry, Torch are probably going for the gnomes. And my best guess is going for the Grim of Power right after that. Kinesis walking in like aggressively. Very, very aggressively here.
Wildsoul's level 11. That's insane, by the way. 2 levels higher than anyone else in the game right now.
Yep.
Can't overlook that.
Yeah, but Wildsoul is very much like a Salomon. In the case that Wildsoul farms and soaks all the farm and farms. But Wildsoul needs to be 200 GPM higher than your opponent's carry if you want to basically be on equal footing, you know? So the Predator being basically around the same GPM mark. Oh.
Yeah, Magnus just definitely underestimating the damage output, not only with Predator, but obviously empath support being there, kind of locking him down. And this is what we're talking about with Predator. It's like if you have heroes around the Predator that can keep people in place and allow for that damage to add up, then he will shred you.
Yeah, and it's specifically... Oh, actually, they might find the Wildsoul here. Yeah, if the Wildsoul doesn't like get out here, he might be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, he wants it. Wildsoul, but he's pretty fast in that range form especially. Wildsoul has Boo nearby doing some assistance. Kinesis picking up the trees. He's in trouble. Do they stun this? Yes, they do. Easy stun. No chance now for Wildsoul to get out. The chase is successful. And another massive kill. But now mid lane, look at that Predator though. He's going to mitigate all this damage with the Stone Hide. And he just walks it off. That's another eruption that essentially is useless for midwinter, unfortunately.
And in general, like, it's basically impossible to actually hit an eruption on a Predator. Unless you have like a PK and go in with like ultimate into stun, PK stun. But yeah, it's like it's the power of the Predator pick here. And what I mentioned before a couple of times is like the Venomous Leap from the Predator. It has a 3-second restrain at the moment. And that restraint means that is also why I love it this game. Magnus cannot Q, Bubbles cannot Q, and the Geomancer cannot dig. So, like, not only can they not escape, they also cannot use it defensively. Because all their... Oh, that's a very good kill again, but... all those abilities are, like, both their escape abilities and, like, their... setup/damage abilities.
Yeah.
So the Predator just knowing like who do... Here, look at Geomancer, right? Geomancer cannot dig out.
Yeah, he just kind of runs around in circles, like what more can he do at that point? Yeah, that's like, massive.
Yeah, later on these guys will get voids, of course. And then like Predator cannot do as much. But for now... the Geomancer is like a slippery hero, but oh, Sigma might be in trouble.
Top lane, Kelfield, catching the Torturer. There's Magnus stunning in the follow-up. They do kill. That's a big bounty going the way. SRP is like, thank you very much. So certainly going to make use of that and finish the life brand, I believe, as a result. So yeah, the Torturer has been having a fantastic game. Of course, that'll slow him down slightly, though, as the GPM starts to go down.
Geomancer setting up.
going up. Geomancer is setting up at the bottom. Do they have TPs? I think they just went top lane, so we'll find out here shortly.
Yeah, I don't think they're fighting this. No, they're not. Sure.
No.
You're right, indeed. Bubbles teleported top, and Bubbles is their strongest hero right now, I would say. Because the Wild Soul, of course, has more GPM, but Wild Soul, like a lot of his farm is actually in this cleaver, and a cleaver doesn't really do much for you in a team fight. But the Bubbles has to play quite careful still because of like heroes like this Kinesis being able to set up on something like a bubble so efficiently. And also something I don't think we touched upon too much is the well, I don't want to say new, but new-ish. Oh, Kinesis.
He dead. Maybe? Nope. Stun out. No way he gets away, right? No way he gets away. Oh, no. Kelfield's on cooldown. There's a lift. Kinesis is still running. He's got support now. You did not want to chase this too far. How far do they go? Dig in. They definitely want to chase this, but he's going to live. Are you kidding me? Oh, no. Kinesis, so slippery, apparently, especially with that lava surge himself. He's definitely making fantastic use of that, as you'd expect. But now mid lanes are going to collapse. TP's coming in immediately. There's the Kelfield, but it's a little late. Torture got some positioning, and with the TP support, now they're looking to turn. Chain reactions will miss. And are they going to catch Bubbles? They certainly are. There's the blow up. So he's so slippery, but if they do catch him just with one simple stun, then there's the follow-up damage. As you can see, that'll happen.
Yep, and like the rest of their supporting cast right now still needs to be so defensive still, because they just don't have the farm and the tools right now to really play super aggressive. And you know what Vinicius did really... Oh, top lane. Oh no, Kraken.
He is in melee form. Release the Kraken coming out. There's TP. There's protecting Melody, though. He'll eventually get hit, but, you know, mitigating plenty of damage. And you can tell the Legion side realized pretty quickly they were not going to get that kill, so they immediately retreat. Now, mid lane, Magnus, Midwinter, the struggles continue. He survives for now. Well, actually, TP's coming in there. It's stuck between a rock and a hard place. Empath goes inside. He do get the kill on Magnus. Oh, he went a little too close. Now, Geomancer's in trouble. Torture is showing off some big damage here. They are underestimating what he's putting out. Yeah, gets a couple of kills when it's all said and done.
Yep, and another amazing ward here from the Empath, by the way, in the bottom left corner, which actually like blocks the Ancients completely and gives complete vision of the mid lane. Yeah. And even like the Congo area a little bit as well, so that's huge. But so what was it going about? Yeah, so Torture picking up the Dreamcatcher is of course like really quite good here. But they're just not really letting the enemy team get a lot, and I think a large part of this is the Legion team defending their towers. Like, think back of last two games, right? Early on, like Colleague or like Midwinter, they just pushed like 2 or 3 towers, and the supporting cast suddenly like got a huge spike of gold from that.
Yeah.
This game, every tower from Legion side is still up.
That's crazy, actually, yeah. Especially with a Wild Soul that's farming as he is.
And this means that Geomancer doesn't have any gold, like Rhapsody doesn't have anything to really you spend on like wards and ref wards. The Magnus does not get his PK as fast. And sure, the Wild Soul is farming, but do you really care if you have like a Predator and an Empath?
No, yeah, and well, yeah, again, going more like the biggest difference too was that Pebbles, they prioritized farm in Midwinter, they got the PK at a really good timing. And then that opened up more space for the Wild Soul eventually to do his thing and then allow for split pushing, etc. But yeah, to what you're just saying right there, I mean, Magnus is still a little bit off that portal key. It's going to be a much lighter portal key than he would like to have. Only 230 gold per minute. Obviously, 5 deaths have really slowed him down. So eventually he's going to get it. But you already see the item progress on the other side. I mean, Torture is massive, as we talked about already. The Dreamcatcher, the Gnomes, Mana Boots. You got Predator. He's had that Thunderclaw now for a bit.
Yep.
And he's 2,300 gold saved up, by the way. So we're going to see something else pretty big from him.
I'm guessing it's going to be Hypercrown, because Hypercrown is just significantly better than a Thunderclaw, even especially in team fights.
Yeah.
They're going Kongor with no lifesteal. That is bold, especially because look at this ward. They know.
Oh, true.
Like Predator Carnivorous does not work on Conqueror. Probably a good thing, otherwise Conqueror would die in like 10 hits.
Right. That'd be a little too strong. Oh. We do got the pause coming out. Well, we do see also Kinesis is running into a couple of heroes, so almost like a distraction, I guess.
Kinesis gets some time to like overthink his life and overthink mistakes he may have made along the way. As Rhapsody is, if you like click on the Rhapsody, you can actually see that he has the staccato stun highlighted. So I think the Rhapsody is mid stun basically. Yeah, it's like a little highlighted, you know. So I think if the Rhapsody can properly like keep spamming the Q, that should mean that the Kinesis should not be able to Magma stun out. And the awkwardness of the Kinesis, of course, is every time that you die, you need to refine that Magmus and steal his spell again. And quite often, they know that you're going to do that, so they can just hide or set up a kill. And that's why Kinesis plays really well from like an advantage point, where you was in this situation and did not have the Magnus Q, he was always 100% dead. But right now he actually has a chance of getting out. But I'm a bit surprised that the Legion side here like this without ref warding. It seems a bit careless.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see if it backfires. I mean, it's going to come down to obviously how much attention they put in this Kinesis and if they choose. But I'm with you. Like, this almost doesn't seem like a free Kongor in that they don't have lifesteal. I mean, they got the Gnomes and Torturer, but they got to be a little careful here because if Noah New Gen is a spot this, which again they have the vision. If they are to come over here and address this, and we'll find out in a second. Going for Kinesis, no, he lava surged away, so he's good. Now, do they go for Kongor? They're grouping up. I mean, Predator's taking some good damage. As is Torture, they're kind of switching off on who's taking it. But here we go. Noah New Gen is coming in with the Team Smoke. We know a big fight's a brewing. Here we go. The initiation of the countdown. It hits Predator. Predator blows up immediately. Torture is caught out as well. The eruption is going to be right on top, and down goes Torture. Protectability. Mitigating some damage and charged out immediately though. But now Kraken with the Ancient Stack and Congress, a fight, a chaotic fight indeed. Kraken will eventually get run down though, and definitely a fight that the Hellborn team takes successfully. They did lose 2 in Geomancer and Bubbles, but now Empath is potentially going to be the final victim. Another stun hit, and yeah, there's the run down there. So to your point, exactly. It was a risky Kongor in the first place.
I think they're also going to take the Kongor maybe here. Or is he just gonna... He was conflicted, you see that? You saw that? Oh! No way.
No way he avoids that. Oh, the lift! Okay, he's in trouble! Wow, gets blown up! What a play right there by Kinesis, and now he's going for Magnus, just chasing him away. Not only stops the Kongor steal, but solo kills the Wild Soul. And that should be the end of it. That was a hell of a play by Kinesis.
Meneley playing out of his mind right now. He's so clutch with his timings on the Magma stuns. Like a couple of times as well. They've been trying to kill him, but just they are not able to. And instead of like that is absolutely huge. Not only is that a kill on the Wild Soul, he protects Kongor with that.
And they finished off.
Yeah, Predator bought something. I don't know what.
Nothing on him yet. Yeah, he definitely bought something. There's no buyback, right? Yeah, no buybacks taking place.
Okay,
something's being delivered.
He had the Warp Clef probably bought then. Because prior to like the Kongor kill there, Magmus basically physically walking into the Kraken there almost.
Close call.
But yeah, like Vinicius definitely keeping up the pressure, which is especially what you're supposed to do in this situation, and it's what is proved of like effective against this Thai team, right? So yeah, I think they definitely have learned from their earlier games. And I say the game plan that they set out for themselves, they're executing it very well. That's absolutely credit to them.
Yeah, I mean, again, that was the swing of momentum, the pendulum going back and forth right there, but stays in favor right now of Vinicius. So I will say that you got the couple of porta keys, though, on Magnus and Bubbles here on Noah Nugent's side. So of course, those are very critical items, and they definitely give them a lot more firepower now in these fights. You see Wild's a lot of exchange.
Oh, that's DD?
Okay, double damage, that's why. Yeah, they're going to go for top.
That's
Top tier 2 push. Where do they go from here? Looks like maybe stop bottom there. Team smoking. This could get interesting.
They know. They have wards.
They do. You're right. It's right there. It sees exactly what's going on. So just like on the other side, we're going to see a Conqueror stop. At least the attempt at it. Here we go. Predator leading the front lines. Booba scouting. Empath inside. Oh, nice job with the Stone Skin right there. The Stone Heidi even to keep away from the stun. He shreds down Rhapsody. Conqueror's barely alive. But Wildsoul had to respect them coming in. He's keeping the distance, though. And pass on a Bubbles a Shell Surf immediately. He gets out, trying to get some counter-warding in the process. Geomancer jumps in, going to help his teammate Wildsoul. The chase is on, though. Kinesis catches up with the Wildsoul. Double tap right coming up for Sigma. Why not get a third one as a team? And now they're going to steal Conqueror. So this backfires on Noah Nugent, and Vinicius has total control now. Shell Surf? Bubbles tried to snipe it, unable to do so, but yeah, this is the biggest lead by far now, and the token in hand.
Yep, and that is just a huge turn from them. And also, like, so what happened was while they were doing their own Conqueror on the Legion side, right? Right before that, Menelay actually escaped the gank, and I was a bit curious, like, why Menelay on the Kinesis wasn't in that team fight at the Conqueror, but that was because he actually smoked and teleported.
And then big fight, Sanking, or Magnus even.
Yeah.
Looks like Sanking, but Magnus eventually gets to just dive on top of him, and yeah, he is dead, so sorry, but to your point there.
Yeah, so like Menelay actually ported to the bottom tower with a smoke and ran all the way to the enemy Conqueror and placed that ward in a position where it's not easily countered. And that is the reason why they have like this amazing vision here right now. And that is like thinking ahead, right? So you're doing your Conqueror. That means that the enemy likely wants to respond with their Conqueror, which means that if you already get a ward up, you get to basically set yourself up for an advantageous fight there. So it's, if nothing else, it's smart gameplay, and I absolutely love it. So I don't like it's I don't know who's calling the shots there, but yeah, good coordination.
Exactly, team effort, definitely deserving praise. I mean, this is one of those games. It would be so nice to have a graph, because I'm sure it'd be pretty impressive to look at. It's like, yes, it's been a slight lead, a decent lead, if anything, for Vinicius around the 4,000 or 5,000 gold lead mark for a little bit. But after what we just saw right there, upwards of 17,000 now, it just skyrockets in their favor. And Predator shreds down the tier 2 tower. He has another 1,500 gold saved up. He just finished. He actually just gets his Basher. Again, he still has that token as well on it, and they're just going to dive with this. Why not? They go into Bubbles, a couple of auto attacks later, no chance to survive. Catches Geomancer, he digs and he gets away, but no life to work with. While this is all happening, by the way, Torture is being busy with Wildsoul and Rhapsody. Protect the Melody. No, they're pulling right there. Wildsoul going toe-to-toe, it ain't going to work. Sigma just 1 versus 2s. The Wildsoul, the Rhapsody. There's the vote to concede. Yeah, it's game 1 out of a best of 5. I was going to say, we're at that point of like, okay, do you just call it here and move on to the next game? I think so. And Vinicius, dominating performance on their part.
Yep, just very well laned, very well played. They saw the weakness of like the early 2 picks, which was like the Bubbles and the Geomancer, and the specifically like the Predator pick and the Kinesis pick were very much on point. They were like the fast stuns and lockdown that they needed to kill those squishy and slippery heroes that they had. And by defending the early towers, those heroes don't get out of hand, and they just are basically playing under constant threat because they have so little farm that they just instantly still die to the Predator. And that's why they got to play from so much advantage. So yeah, well played.
Absolutely. That was a hell of a performance by Vinicius. I mean, Yeah, no new gen, solid themselves, but setting up to be a great series as expected. It's certainly adjustments to be had, and curious to see, what Noah New Gen does now going into game number 2, starting with the draft, obviously. But very, very well played by Vinicius. They definitely came here to play, and up 1-0 now in this best of 5 here in the grand final. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take that break once again, but we'll set up for game number 2. Here in the grand finals, Vinicius up 1-0 over Noah Nugent. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. All right. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to the HoN Awakening Tournament Grand Finals here. Game number 2. We have Vinicius up 1-0 over Noah Nugent. And Vinicius currently on the Hellborn side. So swapping sides, of course. And here we are into game number 2. I'm Break CBK, joined by Dutch Onage once again. And as we talked about going into the series, Vinicius is the only team right now that's showing that they understand how to address Noah Nugent as a squad, as impressive as they are. And they've kind of carried that previous series momentum and their knowledge into game 1 of this series, at least. I mean, was it a complete dominant performance? Not necessarily, but obviously they played it very efficiently, very well, and we saw the Conqueror fights is what really just kind of set the tone, as close as that first one especially was. But, here we are now with that 1-0 lead. So anyways, we got a Rhapsody first pick, Dutch. Game number 2, let's go.
Yeah, they seem to really, really love this Rhapsody. They've been picking it up basically every game, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, so like what I'm noticing is we like last of the 2 games before this, we saw basically only the European team make mistakes, and the Thai team coordinating and playing like very, very well to almost to perfection. And like in this game, like we saw both. Like the amount of mistakes is a lot more even, and the amount of pressure that we saw coming out from the Vinicius, it's clearly affecting the performance of the Thai team here, right? I think as like we talked about this a little bit before as well, like they just don't really seem to be able to execute a game plan as much when they are under pressure. And I think that Vinicius very much understands this, and they are capitalizing on that. And we see the Pharaoh again.
Yeah. Pharaoh is pretty good against the likes of somebody like a Rhapsody, of course. Getting those back lines of Hellfire is going to be annoying for Rhapsody to deal with. So I certainly see why we saw Jajenko last series they played multiple times did very, very well on it. So, yeah, I'd love to see the Pharaoh pick up first for them. Engineer the follow-up. Not much to necessarily needs to be said about that, of course. But Swiftblade is going to be our carry of choice this time around. So different of a vibe here coming out. More the melee carry, specifically with a Swiftblade to go with the Pebbles.
Yeah, so we haven't really seen the Swiftblade on the Colic pick up the Swiftblade before. Also, notably, we see both Forsaken Archer and Moon Queen open. And also Madman, I believe. That's the heroes I've seen him perform very well on. So it's definitely a little bit of a departure. Like Swiftblade is a little bit more defensive than those other heroes. And I think we also saw like Forsaken Archer mainly picked up together in combination with the Iker. And I think if you take Forsaken Archer as a solo hero, as like a hero on its own, without like very good defensive supports, the Pharaoh is just gonna eat him. Like the Pharaoh is just gonna get a barbed armor, jump to Forsaken Archer, and Forsaken Archer is gonna get stuck inside the mummy walls for 6 seconds.
Yeah.
And we've seen like Yanko on that Pharaoh do that very, very well. But yeah, so it's the Swiftblade pick is definitely like a deviation from that. But what carry do you want to see the Hellborn side pick up here?
Oh, Berserker. Berserker's always the answer whenever they ask that question. Love Berserker.
I thought so. I thought it was your favorite, yeah.
No, I you know, we'll see. Obviously, a hero that could stand up well against a Swiftblade specifically. Maybe even bring some individual superior lockdown. It could be fun to see something like, dare I say, a Pandemonium would be pretty cool, but yeah, so going along those lines, you don't have to. Obviously, having something on your squad that's good at dealing with Swiftblade while he's spinning, especially, is key. And honestly, yeah. Pharaoh already kind of brings that to the table, so they do have a little bit of an answer at least.
Pharaoh notably can actually, the same way that like the Predator last game could just teleport or Stone Knight and teleport out. The Swiftblade very much can do that as well, right? You know, the Swiftblade spin, the Q, and then teleport out. But Pharaoh can actually cancel that in 2 ways. One with the ultimate, but if you displace the Swiftblade with your mummy walls, like get him inside your walls, basically. That also cancels the teleport. So Pharaoh, I would say, is kind of a counter to Swiftblade to some degree. At least, like if you're thinking about catching the Swiftblade.
Yeah.
And Alonia.
Didn't we see them run Alonia in the? I think we did. They're the ones that ran the mid Alonia, I believe.
Yeah.
Sigma playing it, and yeah, did very well.
Either that or yeah, I think they play Alonia specifically when they have like an open jungle, and they run an aggressive tri lane. So, speaking of that, I think their lineup is going to be a Pharaoh in the solo short lane, Alonia in the mid lane, then a tri lane with the open pick, Engineer, and Monarch. So that's probably going to be... Well, Bensington would have been the pick if it wasn't banned. Master Farms is probably not a good pick against Swiftblade. Thinking what else? Corrupted Disciple is banned. The good bans from the Legion side. I'm thinking about like all the heroes that you would want to pick up here as the Hellborn side, right? Kind of thinking out loud. The Valkyrie is an option. Valkyrie ultimate is notably kind of okay against Swiftblade because it disrupts the Swiftblade slashes. Alternative is, of course, Hammerstorm could still be alright, although it's not super great against Swiftblade. Yeah, I'm kind of... there's not like a lot of options open. I'm kind of curious.
I'm relying on you.
Yeah. Okay, I'm kind of thinking out loud here. And the Lodestone pick. So...
Yes, okay.
They seem to go with like comfort picks here a lot, but wow,
that's different.
That is different, yeah. It's still going to be a tri lane, I think, with Legionnaire.
So who's gonna play what though?
Yes, Kevin or Puppet Soul's playing the Alonia, Pharaoh the Unkenko. So they call this strategy, or I call the strategy Legionnaire. You just lane with Legionnaire. You just cut lanes. You go behind the tower and just spin down lanes. They do lack a lot of healing. They just have the Monarch for healing. But it's honestly not a terrible strategy. And
boots first, alright. Gonna sell those?
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna sell those.
Okay, just to get that out. Okay.
Yeah. You want to ward up because you like what's very important in this lane is information. You want to know if they rotate like a lot of people, and actually they might have a clash here even.
Both teams, we saw it last game with the Rhapsody and the Empath, that both teams were like, yeah, it's probably gonna happen again. Let's go ahead and meet one another. So yeah, definitely bringing the firepower. Grinix is the only one that's really not here. Obviously could, maybe join eventually, but the number is definitely favoring Vinicius at this moment.
And I love this, by the way. Legionnaire getting 2 bucklers here. It just means that you take like a lot less damage from the creeps, and that is honestly gonna help sustain yourself. You can always just like borrow blight from your lane partners. But it does seem like the Legion side here is going to respond with a counter tri-lane, but they have the vision advantage.
Yeah, Lodestone's scouting it out, very suspicious of what's going on right here. Obviously, there's a ward here that's spotting all this. Yeah, Alonia's definitely trying to, maybe get them to overcommit, but not going to have. So a little surprised that after all this, the way that it was being set up, that no action taking place. And at least, yeah, do they know this ward is here?
Yeah.
Yep, they do. Okay.
Yeah, they suspected something was up, and the Swiftblade early on is just so powerful, and you see, like, look at Legionnaire. And right now, this Swiftblade needs to deal with the creep waves. Oh, an Engineer.
Oh, we're fighting. We're fighting. We're spinning. Engineer, that keg ain't going to do nothing against the Swiftblade, but it's just a little too fast. He's got those red booties, and it's going to keep him the distance. The tower taking the creep wave. So meanwhile, Bloodlust will come out. It's Monarch running down. the Rhapsody and getting the Bloodlust kill. So I was watching Engineer just getting away right there, and sure enough, Rhapsody there once it falls, and Engineer will just take the free chip back to base.
Yeah, and the Engineer is like a very good hero against Swiftblade. Like, number one is he is quite tanky early on. Like, even with basically no stats, he still has like 21 strength here. And number two is the Steam turret actually slows through Shrunken. So it goes through Magic Community. Oh, that's huge actually, yeah.
Pebbles.
But like, they're just keeping this Swiftblade on the tower here. And I have a feeling that the Thai team doesn't have a lot of experience playing against this. Because they don't really seem to know what to do specifically. So what you can do, for example, is instead of like these creeps tanking your tower, you can pull the creeps to the medium camp here and farm both the creeps and the medium camp at the same time. Because as long as the Legionnaire is all the way at the tier 2 tower, you're not under any danger. As the Swiftblade.
Yeah, I mean, you see Lodestone kind of walks in and it just takes a couple spins. It's like, yeah, what are you trying to do? It's just you really can't do anything against. He's now got level 2 of the Whirling Blade as well. So
yeah, and that's 150 physical damage per spin at this point. So like there's no point hitting it. Like if you have something like a chipper that can like run him down, maybe then. But anytime there's a creep wave nearby, it's just you're under like immediate danger. And this Lodestone. Like, why I'm saying that I feel like they don't know what to do is because this Lodestone doesn't really know where to be.
Well, they're going in. They want this. They want this Legionnaire Swiftblade. Does he go for the spin? Yes, he does. He's going for it. Trying to get some spins off himself as Legionnaire. Puts him under with the Chrysalis. Gonna get a spin off. No, down he goes. Oh, yes, Swiftblade gets turned. As Alodia shows up, but so does Pebbles. So suddenly they clash in the Legion jungle. It's an eye for an eye so far. Pebbles, he's getting away. They killed Monarch. Pebbles going to keep the distance. The freezes keep coming out from Alodia. The final auto attack gets it. Nice Lodestone. Rocket Joe right there does secure the Alodia, but he falls too. And suddenly it's Engineer versus Rhapsody. And unless maybe it's got staccatos, but don't think any kill is going to happen beyond that. So a hell of a clash all of a sudden breaks out. I mean, they did kill Legionnaire first, so that's how it started.
Yeah, but like they saw how much damage Legion actually did there.
Yeah.
And that's because he just walked into that medium camp. Every time there's like a camp anywhere, that becomes like basically a landmine almost. Like, because you just like, you know, hatchet the creeps start attacking you. And this is the same case for like whether or not it's a hard camp or it's mid lane.
Yeah, Alonia's dead. That's a great rotation from Lodestone. So making use elsewhere. This is what I was going to say. You know, the one thing with what is happening down here is the supports are definitely sacrificing quite a bit. And speaking of that, Rhapsody, no chance to survive that combo. So under-leveled and dies. But yeah, the supports definitely need to find some experience elsewhere.
And look, this is like they're doing this so well. Engineer not letting the creeps actually go to the tower, but pulling them to the small camp here so the Legionnaire can just farm them both. Because you want to have the creeps aggro you, but not under the tower. You want to do it before. And like while the Swiftblades, like a minute or 1.5 minutes ago, went for the Legionnaire, right? You have to remember that at that time, Swiftblade lost an entire creep wave under the tower.
Yep.
Well, Legionnaire did not lose a creep wave because he already killed the creep wave at the tier 2 tower. So that's like the sacrifice, and finally Swiftblade's doing what I wanted him to do. He's farming both the medium camp and the creep wave at the same time.
Yeah. Even using a spin right there to do it aggressively, but now he doesn't have spin. They know this, so they are going to try to run him down. Spin in 10 seconds.
Like right now, he's a little bit too far behind, maybe. Oh, Grinix!
Yeah, Grinix showing up. That's somebody we'll talk about in a second a little more. But yeah, both Grinix and Pharaoh kind of doing their thing at the top lane. But now Legionnaire, he's in trouble. He is going to go down. The spin hits, but it doesn't matter. That is a big kill in a Legionnaire. So yeah, the Grinix rotation. How about that? SRP, he's been just free farming against the Pharaoh. I mean, they both essentially are. But the level 6 rotation gets the kill in Legionnaire.
Yeah, they felt like they had to start shutting down this Legionnaire because the Legionnaire was applying too much pressure. Because not only does the Legionnaire farming behind or at your tier 2 tower mean that you are effectively like you need to respond to it. You also cannot stack the jungle because the Legionnaire is right there ready to take any stack. And oh, Swiftblade?
he got silenced. I was going to say, where's the spin? Just too much damage. He gets it off at the last second, but the auto attack flying through the air. You knew he was dead. And now Rhapsody is likely dead as well. Going to be run down. These Keck stuns on point from Hot Nick, and there's the securing of the kill too. So they fight back on the Vinicius side, and he got Legionnaire now helping to push the tower once again as a result. So we'll play there. Pharaoh, where's Pharaoh? Pharaoh went to the mid lane. Rats the Pharaoh in. Pebbles, Lodestone here to help out. Pebbles, he's gonna barely walk it off. Avoids the nuke from Elodia, and now Pharaoh's in a bad spot with Grinix showing up as well. They get the one kill to Elodia, and now he's going in for Pharaoh. This Grinix showing off some early damage. Well played by SRP once again. Good job surviving on the Pebbles. And this, well, gold is basically no lead for either team. We got a very even game right now.
Yep. And like a Legionnaire or Legionnaire didn't even go for boots because he figured like, well, I don't need to go anywhere, right? Don't need to go that fast. I just need to stand still and spin. And that's exactly what he's doing right now. So
I was going to ask you, what is the priority for? Obviously, they help with the Black Legion, but is this like I got to get Blink now as soon as possible, or what?
Well, so often when I do this, there's very different debate going on in my head, like between what is the fun route and what's the good route.
Codex level 5, gotcha.
And I am always conflicted. So, like, the fun route would definitely be Shaman's Hetra is into staff or something, and just don't go.
They're going. The Monarch. Monarch's just going to go the other direction. Says, yes, please chase me if anything. Legionnaire, though. They want Legionnaire. Swiftblade's trying to kill the Monarch still. Looks like he might be able to do so. And yes, they kill the Legionnaire when it's all said and done. Swiftblade's still in hot pursuit. Monarch actually does get away, but obviously they got the prize as they take out Legionnaire yet again. So we're getting to a point here, Dutch, where, I mean, yes, Sigma's still top GPM, but that's his third death already. They definitely are addressing him pretty well.
Yeah, but it doesn't really matter for as long as every time that like the Swiftblade rotates like that to kill the Legionnaire, he loses like 2 or 3 waves in the tower. And like they got a very early tower kill. Alonia is just farming and farming and farming, and they need to rotate like 5 people to kill, to actually kill him there. It's just like, it doesn't really matter. Like, you're not shutting down Legionnaire. Legionnaire doesn't need like items or something to farm. He just needs levels on stacks. That's all he needs, and then he's just gonna like be super dangerous. And I will also say that Legionnaire is also like notoriously a very good hero against Swiftblade, because Swiftblade, of course, like has quite often a lot of damage, not a lot of HP. So PK barbed armor on Legionnaire this probably means that the Swiftblade is going to die, and we see actually another 2 triple stacks being taken.
Yeah, and then there's the taunt factor as well. But yeah, Legionnaire, he is going to get a massive boost and increase of farm right here. So yeah, to that point you bring it up, his levels in GPM especially does continue to reflect very well. Colic on Swiftblade is making some progress though. 1,800 gold currently saved up, a little over that 400 GPM mark. So he is getting progress towards whatever his item, maybe going to see that Rune Clave you'd probably expect, but...
Dreamcatcher.
Wow, yeah, goes to Dreamcatcher. We'll talk about that in a second, because Big Fight middle lane. Jenko opens up right here in the back lines. The Gust of Wind trying to help him out, and yeah, Jenko still wants to go, but good spread from the Legion, including Grinix. He resets. Mine being placed down. Grinix wants to catch up to somebody. We got a rocket drill in 2 seconds from the Lodestone, it looks like. Good job with the scout by Pharaoh. Grinix, he still wants that engineer. He's going for it. Takes hit by the Keck. Staccato's hit Alonia. Meanwhile, that's a prime target. He was invis thinking he was fine, but he ran under a rev board, and down goes Alonia. And if you're Noah Nugent, you're like, well, yeah, we're fine with that. Take out the good hero.
Like, Alonia is still such an easy kill for them. Alonia only 700 HP right now. But the Dreamcatcher on the Swiftblade, right? Yeah. As Legionnaire just running into the Swiftblade here. Actually, Grinix rotating over. So it makes sense.
Oh, wow. That's an Omnislayer. That's off the back. Gets in a half-life. Spin on top. Here comes Grinix, and down goes Legionnaire. Even with Monarch and Engineer coming in, they were just too little too late. This Grinix, the right-click damage he's doing is absurd right now at this point of the game, and that's a double kill for Colic.
Yeah, and that's partially also the Dreamcatcher coming in there. Because the Dreamcatcher made it, like, it finished off the Engineer. And it also meant that the Legionnaire just wasn't healing that much. So, like, less healing from the Cocoon, you know? Because that's, like, damage reduction, sure, but it's also 90 HP instantly, and then 40 per second for 3 seconds. And then, against the Legionnaire, you just want to get very similar to, like, the Pebbles. You want to get, like, above a certain HP threshold.
That's a dead Alonia, just like that. You mentioned still an easy kill, and that's a portal key, of course, on Pebbles being debuted. So Midwinter, we stressed that last game. They locked him down on the Magnus, and we saw a very late portal key. Wasn't able to have an impact. Different story this time around. Back to the mid lane. Pebbles is gone on here by the supports, but they just don't have enough damage to take him out, actually.
Yeah.
So he walks it off.
A couple of extra levels on the Engineer, and maybe he was in danger, but right now, not really.
Top.
And Legionnaire top lane applying pressure to the Grenex, but without that PK, you can't really.
Yeah, that goes back to, he's 1,600 gold saved up, so it looks like he is going to go that PK route next. Obviously with the Striders upgrade there too. Look at Grenex, by the way, fighting for the 12-minute room, but there's a bit more here than he expected. He's in trouble. They got the Rev, and there's a Decapitate, I think even the first one we've seen this game, by Sigma to finish the job. So that's a great find there. Obviously, Grenex has been a nuisance for them to deal with. But Colic, he continues to push out. And yeah, the reason I had the reaction, you make a good point. It makes a lot of sense, and they made use of the Streamcatcher right away. This just does not feel like a Colic item, but it is good to see that, you know, they can adapt to the game situation, and they're certainly doing that here.
And like you see this item built on the map man a lot as well. For much the same vein, where like you just want that to finish people off. And it makes sense on a subplate as well. I will say, I don't know if I would have thought of it. Because it's not, as you said, it's not really an unusual subplate item. But you know me, I am a fan of any item that contains a wind whistle.
Absolutely, well, yeah, that too. Mid lane, they do take out Pebbles. They're killing Alonia though by Grenex, but at what cost? Legionnaire showing off that blink, making the debut and getting the kill on Grenex as well. So a 2-for-1 does favor Vinicius, and Legionnaire does remain on top of GPM. I mean, he's 560 gold per minute, especially after what just happened there. Obviously the blink, and why would he slow down here? You want to make use of this, certainly. He tries to find somebody else, but not going to risk going too deep there into the jungle. But might need to be careful now, because here comes Swiftblade. Omni Slash is ready. Unable to find the angle, though. Good job with a gust of wind by Monarch. Keeps him the distance. And he's fine for now. But yeah, Grenex, another death. So Grenex has definitely been kept in check somewhat. Had a great early start. Sitting around 300 gold per minute himself. But, you know, he's doing his part, though.
Yeah, and Grenex doesn't really scale that effectively, right? It's Pebbles actually smoked up as well. I don't think they saw that, so this is likely going to be a kill on the Pharaoh.
They're going for. Is it enough damage is the question. Jajenko, he's not an easy kill. And he's definitely not an easy kill. Out comes the Crystals. Meanwhile, off to the side, Monarch dealing with the Grenex, unable to do so well. They do kill Pharaoh, and down goes Monarch. And now it's the tower's turn. So just give a dive and going past that tier 1 tower, but it does work out. Top tower does go down, by the way, in favor of Vinicius, but Lodestone, he popped the ultimate to live right there. Very well played defensively. However, it's not going to matter. Legionnaire jumps in and cuts him down with a spin. Grenex in hot pursuit, wants to find Alonia. There's a Rev Ward, though. They saw him nearby. They know he's here somewhere. He's got to be careful. Obviously, suspicious of that, but while this is happening, the mid lane, there's fights all over the place. Dutch, they take out Engineer. Energy fill is down, but Swiftblade don't care. That's an ultimate warrior streak now for the Swiftblade. And did I just see that right?
Yeah, that's going to be Doombringer, obviously.
Obviously, going the Doombringer.
Obviously, right? Like, it makes sense, right?
That's
like,
a mock.
Okay, so like, if you die with the Doombringer, who in the enemy team is gonna take the Doombringer and make use of it? Legionnaire? Yeah, good luck, man.
I can't tell if you're trolling or not, because there is some logic there. Actually, that is an interesting point, but
I know, like, but like, it was more like the logic was specifically tailored to the argument that I already made the moment I saw the item. No, but actually there was a good ward here from the Lodestone on the Hellborn Ancients. Oh, are they going in? Yeah, they are.
Why not? It's been a couple seconds. Let's go ahead and reset here, and that's a free kill on a Pebble. So good jump. Light brand on Alonia. Alonia is trying to recover himself and do some good damage there. Look at the smoke immediately after. They would love to kill Colic, of course. That's a big kill. Oh, he jumped in but couldn't taunt in time. Colic a little too fast, and Rhapsody staccato stuns. Keep the distance. Good getaway.
Yeah, and that's like what having or playing from advantage does for you. He jumped in basically blind, I think, or not entirely blind. Oh, no, they placed this ward up the medium camp just now, so it was blind jump actually, which meant that, you know, a blind jump was very greedy, of course, but there's no punish, and that's because like the enemy team is. At least they feel like they're far behind. They're not actually far behind. And actually, look at this. They're setting up for the Ancients.
He goes in. The illusory assault is put out. Just trying to steal the rest of the Ancients. Go for Pharaoh. Nice mommy wall, but it's not going to matter. Run down. Swiftblade just comes in with a final auto attack. Just love the coordination once again from Noah New Gen. They're going to finish off the remaining Ancients. Yeah. That Mock of Brilliance is just about finished now on Swiftblade.
I will say Legionnaire has been very aggressive with his teleports. And there were now a couple of times in the mid lane, specifically as well, where the supporting cast ports in, both the Monarch and the Engineer, but the Legionnaire just did not have his teleport up. Mm-hmm. And that's because he's porting all over the place to have, to farm split push and try to kill people with smokes. But maybe he should think about saving his teleport a little bit more to be able to respond to the aggression from the Thai team here.
Right.
Because like I think in contrast to like last game, the Thai team here, or what's it called, Noah New Gen, they are making a statement here, right? We're not just gonna let you guys run over us. We're gonna fight back with tooth and nail, and as something blows up there in the jungle.
That was a mind trap, man.
Yep.
I cut to it. I'm like, wait, what did oh, that makes sense, yeah.
Yeah, that's always that feels good as an Engineer player.
It does.
Like when you spend like half a minute or something in that lane. Actually, come in.
Pharaoh top lane. He's got plenty of TP support though, including the Legionnaire who went for the taunt but just missed. Tried to catch Grinix, unfortunately just out of range, and now we see Pebbles is distance. How's Bushro's ult? This is gonna be an Omni Slash. Oh, he just spins on top actually. But that Engineer in a bad spot. That energy foot, of course, helping. But Legionnaire, the prime target. Legionnaire, he's taking, but not taking enough. He does go down. Omni Slash is still ready to go for Swiftblade, but he has to deal with the absolute zero. Valonia, and the lockdown is enough. Swiftblade gets taken out, so a little too cocky there. Going far in was Colic despite the double kill, and the turret also onto the low still. But now Pebbles will jump in. Great save again. Thanks to the Monarch. Pharaoh looking to kind of keep them occupied. Staccato stuns keeping the distance, though. And I think the end is finally here, although Grinix may have a different idea, but no, he's going to fall back into the jungle for now. But yeah, the Swiftblade Colic, he tried to continue to run after them, and you got to respect that damage. Without the spin, obviously that's a lot of threat from Alonia.
Yep. And like you can't spin, like it was a very clutch crystal pollen, or like what's called crippling pollen on the Pebbles there actually. Because if the Pebbles actually got the jump there on both the Engineer and the Monarch, that would have been a different team fight. But he PK'd in and instantly got crippling pollens by the Monarch, so he only got his stun off.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit of a chaotic team fight for sure. Like the Grinix positioning is honestly really on point. Like the Grinix is, instead of like just trying to like YOLO in and commit, he is playing very patiently, and he's constantly like being this threat in the backline that they need to deal with. They cannot just like move forward as like a coordinated front. They need to think about this Grinix and what he can potentially do to this Alonia, because Alonia still only has 1000 HP, right? I think Grinix could probably solo kill him. And I think a big part of these team fights is also wanna mention that Genko's positioning is also really well. Like Genko is positioning him in front, like the Pebbles. I think he comboed the Sparrow like twice in that team fight. And that's just the Shaman's head just paying off. It's just doing so much work for him here.
Yeah. Nice value item to have. Certainly mitigating some good damage. A couple things. I noticed I keep calling it Omni Slash. Obviously referring to Swift Slashes of Swift Blade there. So either way, I didn't really use that in the last fight, but expect that to be a thing moving forward. Legionnaire porting out from the bottom lane. Oh, so look at this Blink picked up by Swiftblade. So
Yeah,
it's
I like it.
Dreamcatcher Mock into a Blink. I mean, this just doesn't feel like your typical go-to build. By any means, but
Legionnaire.
you said you like
Legionnaire's ready.
Legionnaire. He's gonna be exposed though. Pebbles. Oof. Wow, that was a great reaction.
Yeah, the Pebbles also did notice the Soul's Bulwark debuff probably on himself.
True.
But like one of the nice things about this build from the Swiftblade is if you're ultimating, the Legionnaire barbed armor is not going to do anything because like you're invulnerable during your ultimate. So you don't really have to be that afraid of this barbed armor. And like, look at his HP right now. And that is like for a big part because of the Dreamcatcher. Like instead of like having 1k HP, which like a normal build would have, like with a cleaver and then like a shroud or something. Instead, like he's 1500 HP. He can actually like just not die to this Legionnaire if the Legionnaire jumps him.
Yeah.
Oh, and look, this now Alonia's in trouble.
Alonia's definitely in trouble. That's gonna be a jump. There we go. The Swift Slashes. I mean, he just eviscerates him. Papa Soul, before he knows it, he's just dead. There's a toss back. Pharaoh. Now he's in a horrible spot on Pharaoh. Pharaoh, yeah, he's dead. So one kill after the other. Upgrading to the third. Engineer's also found. The mine's going off right there, but almost killing him. Wow. She killed him for a second, but no, Swiftblade lives. Look at the heals coming. He's like, panic, panic, panic. And he does stay alive. Very close call, though. Meanwhile, back up here, Lowstone is still trying to get out of the woods. And now a bit of a reset. There's the reset. Engineer falls. I mean, he had it. No, he did use energy field. Okay. So, yeah, unfortunately, unable to get much else off there. So, good reset there. Close call on Swiftblade, but they managed to keep him alive. And he's back to nearly full life, just like that, thanks to the support cast. And this is going to be a top tower kill. So, good momentum being built up here by No New Gen.
Yeah, and this is like the power of the PK, right? Like the Alonia doesn't have any mobility tools right now. Oh, he's jumping in.
PK, yeah, very greedy jump in right here. Legionnaire going to be put under. The Decapitate does cut through Pebbles. So I said greedy, thinking that maybe Swiftblade was also nearby. Yeah, Swiftblade will TP back to base, so never mind. The Legion team is in definitely full retreat mode now, but Conqueror? Do they dare go for a Conqueror here? I don't know, we'll see.
They don't really have damage for Conqueror. Yes.
Yeah, not the best an objective taken like that.
Nope. No, but like Swiftblade is just going for a heart, and I love it. I absolutely love it. And like the amazing thing about this build that Swiftblade's doing here is he doesn't really have that much auto attack damage. So even if the Legionnaire like taunts him, he's not doing that much damage. A lot of the damage is like passively over the course of like a team fight. So where I said that they didn't really know how to play against this in the laning phase, now they are actually showing like their expertise, and they do seem to be going up. Oh, Legionnaire, they catch him.
Yeah, that's big. If they can finish the job, and I'm sure they can. The Swift Slashes bouncing around. Eventually, another auto attack. There we go. You see, return damage is just not nearly enough of a threat. Engineer's also caught up here. Grinix ends up cutting him down. The energy field at the last second, but it's too little, too late. Yeah, this Blink, I mean, you're right. The adaptation you definitely have to respect. And again, that was the big question that we asked going into this game too, especially. Already down 1-0 now. How does Noah New Gen adapt? We haven't really seen that yet from them against Vinicius. That's 3 losses in a row that they've had to this team in this tournament. But here we are in Game 2 of the Grand Finals, and clearly they've adapted. And they are showing more of that, especially with Kolic inside and build. And it's proven to work wonders for them. I mean, the overall goal lead isn't necessarily the biggest, but it definitely feels like it's more of a lead than it's reflecting there.
Yeah, and it's just because like the Legionnaire is just not really like a hard carry that something like a Swiftblade is. And the Alonia also only has 1.1 HP, and Alonia can output a lot of damage if you allow it to. But they have blinks. They have like the Grinnex with that should almost be a shrunken right now. So the Grinnex is going to be able to really easily just go for this Alonia, just like beeline for him. And if they catch Alonia's not gonna be able to survive. Right, like there's no surviving switch slashers. And even if like he somehow lives through the slashes, Swiftlight can apply the Dreamcatcher debuff to make sure that he can't PK away. He has the Mock to cancel PKs. The Grinnex ultimate, of course. And Swiftlight chasing this Alonia, but Alonia's haste.
The getter. Yeah, the haste obviously going to be the big difference maker. Using the hot pursuit right there. You know, Swiftblade was hoping for it, had the blink, but couldn't close the gap enough. So yeah, Alonia absolutely aware. If he's able to Swift Slash is pretty much a certain death for him, so good job keeping the distance and being a bit of a distraction at least, so there's some positive there. But yeah, to the point you were making earlier too, it's this Hellborn squad is not one that scales with the likes of the Swiftblade and how that we're seeing on the Legion side, specifically the Legionnaire, of course, is not your go-to skill and carry. So he's got a shrunken head now. This feels like the moment of, okay, this is kind of your high point. If you're Vinicius, in terms of the game state right now, they're going to go for a Condor first. Right now, it doesn't seem like it's going to be stopped. There is no vision, so it should be a free Condor kill. They might give up the top tier 2 for it. But yeah, we'll see what kind of what plays they look to make with this buff.
Yeah, Legionnaire did finish a shrunken head, so he's not gonna get like cancelled as much by you know, the Pebbles combo and whatnot and the Staccato stun. But the Swiftlight just picked up a heart, a Behemoth's heart. He is tanky. He is really tanky.
Sure is. He has a lot more life than Legionnaire. That's not often you see that.
No. And like this is just like a really good build from the Swiftlight here. And I do feel betrayed because he sold us Wind Whistle. Yeah. So I'm going to spend the next like 10 minutes of this game flaming him, I think. No, but like he doesn't have a lot of armor. That's one thing I will say. That maybe they can capitalize on that. Because like he 15 armor.
Just get
right
a Firebrand to help there.
Yeah. But 15 armor is not that much. But on the other hand, there's also not like any actual physical damage output from the Legion side, or from the Hellborn side, sorry. Oh, and they're setting up for this.
Yeah, that's an interesting position here. Legion, they are definitely aware clearly. The counter smoke coming out, so something's going to happen. It's just where is it going to take place? Bit of a spread, Legionnaire going right past the smoke. Jumps on the top. They missed, actually. Rhapsody is eventually caught, though. They blow up the Rhapsody, but now Swiftblade jumps on Swiftblade. It catches Alonia, and Alonia shredded to pieces just like that. Gust of Wind used Lowstone. He is dead in the midst of this. The Mind Trap doing some damage to Grinnex, having him reset, but now Swiftblade spinning on top of Monarch. Good job with the Decapitate, though. It catches the kill in the backlands on Grinnex, but now Swiftblade's caught by Wrath of the Pharaoh. Is he caught, or are they forced to fight this now? That's the question. Pebbles going in. You mentioned a buyback Alonia, and she's actually almost back to the fight, so yeah, that's big. And they are going to go Pebbles. Now, do they go to finish off Kongor? That would be a token for them as well.
Yeah, they definitely want to do this. Don't know if they have any. There's no vision from the Legion side right now, so I think they got to really do this. But the Swiftblade is actually smoking up. He's setting up. But the PK from the Legionnaire got cancelled because the Mock of Brilliance.
Congress pissed, man. Congress pissed. Oh no. Okay, so close right there. Yeah, you're right. That Mock is such a good tool. And now Swift Slash is on quoting, spins at the last second. The token picked up by Engineer because of he eventually dies, so that's going to be reset. But now Swiftblade, oh, beautiful save. What's up for technology at the last second. Here comes the Mummy Wall, though. Swiftblade bounced around every which way. He has another spin in 4 seconds. Isn't going to matter. He opens with that crit. Gets one, gets two. He dies, though, with the catch. The Engineer coming back from death. And the payback indeed. But now Grinnex with the shrunken. He doesn't care about Alonia. He shreds her to pieces again, so she's going to have to be on a dieback now. Engineer trying to run, but now Grinnex without the shrunken. He's in trouble with the supporting cast coming in the last second. Gets the kill on Grinnex and cleans them out completely. Pebbles' bottom lane. He wants nothing to do with this. What a crazy clash. at the Congo pit. But there's no more token, at least.
I honestly think they forgot about the token. Because, like...
Oh, they just left it.
Yeah, they kind of left it, and like both Legionnaire and Alonia weren't going for it. And Swiftbite made a beeline for the token, and Engineer, good thinking by him, just picked it up. Because if Swiftbite suddenly gets a token there, yeah, that's not a situation that you want. But this is like 2 buffs for the Hellborn side here right now. And
yeah,
we mentioned it a little bit in private, right? But these Conger buffs, they are incremental buffs that just stack up throughout the game. And like, look at the Monarch and the Engineer. Suddenly, both of them have 200 extra max HP, 100 extra max health, and suddenly, like, they don't die to a Pebbles combo anymore. Monarch with 1600 HP, Engineer with 1800 HP. Like, the Conger buffs against like a burst heavy team is so important.
Yeah.
And I do have to commend them for putting it into HP here as well.
Instead of the move speed would be the other direction, you think?
Yeah, but like they realize like there is like a set amount of damage coming out from the enemy team. And I think Alonia probably went for damage. Yeah, Alonia did go for the damage outputs, and the Legionnaire did go for movement speed. But the the supporting cast, if you're playing like the Monarch and the Engineer, you just don't want to get bursted down before you get your spells off. And heroes like Grinax, heroes like Pebbles, they don't really scale in damage that well. Like, it's not something like in Forsaken Archer or Moon Queen that's just gonna shred through you in 5 seconds, whether or not you have 200 extra HP. Having that little bit of extra HP is sometimes the difference between life and death. But yeah, yeah, it was.
While we're
Go for it, yeah.
Well, I was gonna say, while we're in this pause here, obviously we're waiting for whatever issue to be taken care of. It should be good soon. Want to remind people, we definitely have more and more people tuning in, newer viewers, old school viewers that are wondering what the hell's going on. Yeah, welcome, guys. This HoNcast is live. We also are on several other platforms, YouTube and a couple other channels. But this is a Project Congour HoN tournament. So to be very clear on that, you type !PK, you'll actually get more information. Project Congour, you have the ability. You can play HoN right now, as we're looking at right here. So this is where essentially HoN left out, a couple of years ago, however long ago that was. But yeah, you have the ability to play it now yourself. You can download and have some fun. HoN Reborn is in development. It's in the works. I myself am part of the Congour Studios, a team that's helping to create the game and officially bring HoN back. But that is in development currently, which you can look forward to more information as the weeks and months go on here. But this is Project Congour HoN. This is playable as it stands right now, as you can see here. So just want to get that out there as well. I know the moderation and others are mentioning that as well throughout the chat, but to make it more official there.
I do want to add to that like Project Congour, and this is actually like a community-based project. But like not quote official, while the HoN Reborn is like the actual official relaunch, basically, right?
Yep, that's a good way to put it. So, yeah, HoN Reborn, again, still in the works, still in development, and time to come later on. But, very excited for that and the official development of bringing Heroes of Newerth back. But you are right. This is the community efforts led by many awesome individuals that, have kept HoN alive, I should say, even for, like I said, these last couple of years after the official, doing the air quotes here, of the death of HoN that was. But not so much, clearly. And it's been fun seeing the resurgence once again of with PK HoN, the 10,000 plus concurrent players seems to have, especially over the weekend and throughout this event. So it's awesome to see, and definitely get your hands on it if you're interested in playing HoN in its current form once again.
Yeah.
So
yeah, because it did actually keep evolving over the past 3-ish years. It's something like it did definitely not stand still. Although I'm not sure it evolved as fast as maybe some is like you would expect from like an officially supported game, because of course like the amount of resources just aren't there. But there definitely have been some patches and some very interesting and fun changes to some heroes. And
Yeah,
actually,
I noticed some people talking about that. It's like there's even different items. And yeah, there are some new items and some balance patches have happened. So yeah, if it's been a couple years since you played, there certainly are some new things, and doing our best to kind of update you accordingly.
Yeah, of course. And like it's always in a very well. Okay, so people. I mean, it's serious. Like HoN is a very well balanced game, and people, of course, are going to maybe take this a bit as a joke, but the way you have to look at it is like a small change in the power level of a certain hero completely makes or breaks the hero in a lot of cases, right? That's how you know that this is actually a really well balanced game, if like a very minor change actually has a very large impact. And that's like what you also can see, like the more tightly balanced a game is, the more impact actually like any kind of change is going to have. Because like, of course, like you want to use that advantage that you have in terms of hero picks and stuff. And speaking of like one hero that actually got changed in the last like 3-ish years, I believe, is the Engineer staff effect. And Engineer did actually pick up a staff as he goes in Lodestone.
Well, I'm watching Swiftblade hunting out, but yeah, Lodestone is going to be found here as mentioned, but here comes Swiftblade and the rest of the castle also ain't surviving a little bit longer. There's that jump. Protect Melody Wall. Keep him alive as well. Are you kidding me? Now's the turn. The Swift Flash is bouncing around. Engineer and Pharaoh are dead just like that. Legionnaire jumping at the last second, but he's going for the TP play now. Do they have a stun for him? No, he cancels it actually. Chooses to cancel it. Monarch ends up dying, but now Legionnaire going the other direction. I'm pretty sure that was by choice, at least. He is going to get some spins off here, toss back into the creeps, going for a turn kill. The last second they do take out Lodestone, but obviously the kill on Legionnaire much more beneficial for Noah Nugent. Yeah, that was a curious decision there at the end, but you see Alonia got out of there quickly. It wasn't even there in the first place, now pushing mid.
Yeah, so I'm not sure what Legionnaire did there. Maybe it was just an accident or something. I'm gonna assume it's an accident because I don't think there's any kind of... No, there's no basher or something. There's no stun, so...
From what I saw, it looked like the choose, so you are right. Could have simply been an accident, or maybe there was like maybe thought Alonia was coming over to turn once again. I mean, either way.
Yeah, I did check, but Alonia was a bit too far away. So the other option is he was thinking like, okay, they're gonna leave me alone here. I'm just gonna walk to the left and... snipe the creeps. So you can just snipe the creeps then and make sure that they cannot push and stuff. But it's then like you are still like stuck in the trees somewhere with like no teleport. So it's a bit. It would be a weird decision to make. So I'm gonna go with it's probably a mistake. But to go back to the Engineer. As you might know, if you walk through the Engineer fields, it's one of the more powerful effects because it has a Perplex attached to it. A 2-second silence and a Perplex. Yeah. The power of the Engineer staff is that you can toss it on people and it actually applies the 2 seconds. Oh, they're going in.
That energy field is ready to be used, not using it just yet, trying to find the right opportunity. Legionnaire at half life. There's the energy field. There's Protector Melody off to the outskirts zone, protecting Swiftblade. Loses his teammate Lozo, but now Swiftblade, the Protector Melody was out of range. The energy field definitely doing work and kills the Swiftblade when it's all said and done. Grenix is also dead, but now Pebbles jumping back in with the group chuck. Speaking of staff, he's got his as well. Able to take out Legionnaire. They kill Monarch, but Pebbles has too much power to fight Alonia. Putting out Bloody. It is a wipeout in favor of Vinicius, and you're right to call it. I mean, that staff ultimate definitely doing a lot of work there from the Engineer.
So it's like a huge effect because suddenly like the enemy heroes cannot get their Shrunken off because Perplex, of course, like disables items, so they cannot use their tablets, they cannot use Astros, Shrunkens. And normally, of course, like if the Engineer would like PK in and then ultimate, that would not apply the Perplex. Because it's only like if you run through it. But with the staff effect, if you toss it onto someone, everyone that at that point enters the field or is already in the field actually does get the Perplex effect. And in addition to that, not to forget, of course, the 1.5% of their max HP per second extra. So over the course of 10 seconds, that's like 50%.
Yeah. It's an amazing tool. It does
Yeah.
a lot.
Yeah, and like, especially against something like Rhapsody, because Rhapsody's, you see the Rhapsody, he's always sitting in the back line with a smoke, ready to jump in with that PK and an ultimate. But you know, when there is... Oh, Grinex, he smells blood.
I don't think he's going to chase too far, though. Yeah, a little bit too slippery is the Alonia, so she's fine.
Yeah, he actually used Shrunken and ultimate there, Grinex.
Yeah.
But yeah, this Grinex is definitely falling off because Grinex just doesn't have a farming tool. And, ooh, very good ward placed by the Rhapsody. He actually smoked all the way there, ran through the lane, and placed the ward from smoke, just so they would not know. It's like normally when you try to do your Conquer, you can D-wards like basically like 2 spots. That's where like the ref ward from the Legion side is, up that cliff. And the other cliff is probably near the Ancients there. But you're not gonna check like on the right side near Conquer there. That's madness.
So
I gotta go?
well, Dutch, I gotta talk about the Swiftblade, because we're in a point of this game now where his inventory it is technically full. Obviously, he can sell probably the Dreamcatcher you'd figure to replace that, but this guy gets up. Yeah, well, he has to replace something, right? Because the damage output, it does seem like, you know, maybe it's getting to the point where is it enough? I mean, we are going to see a team smoke here, though. Because we'll think of that just a little bit, but this is a big play potential.
They caught the ward as well.
Did they? Yep. So we'll likely see. You see the positioning, very defensive posture of Vinicius here, and they are ready for. If they dive too far, it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. So instead, Noah Nugent will head towards the Hellborn jungle and see what's going on over here. But yeah, both teams in a very cautious spot. We're getting close to about 40 minutes into this game. So understandably in that point, especially with it being very even. But yeah, this kind of goes back to
smoke.
What the counter smoke. Oh, they are lodestone. It's not the target you want. They are gonna just take it. So why not?
Yeah, and I think they saw like Grinex on the top side with that Noxious Nightcrawler there. And you know, like after a smoke gank fails, generally speaking, what happens is people split up. People go in like different directions. They kind of spread out across the map. They don't often stay close as 5 after the smoke gank fails, because you know that's like if you're not catching anyone for 30 seconds while like walking across the map, you know that the enemy knows something. So at that point, it feels like you're wasting your time. And I think I said this before at some point, like HoN players like physically cannot sit still. I'm fairly certain, like if they don't farm a creep for 5 seconds, their hands start shaking. So like, you know, like they're always going to want to do something. So if you know that they are not, you know, farming jungle camps and stuff, you know that at that point that they're hunting you. And the Pharaoh rockets here that he's spamming all across the map. One very important aspect of it is that it actually gives clear vision in that area for 8 seconds. And that's a like large area. It's like 600 day and night clear vision. Oh.
Rhapsody catching Monarch. Interesting fight location at the tier 2 tower. Pebbles, a group toss of the backlines engineer. Can they blow him up before he gets the ultimate off? It looks like maybe. No, he gets empty filled up the last second. Will end up dying, but obviously a good use right there. Legionnaire cuts down the critics. They also kill Lodestone. Is Swiftblade during all his, was busy chasing after the Monarch, as Legionnaire is able to teleport out when it's all said and done. I mean, considering Alonia wasn't there especially, that fight went very well for the Hellborn. Now, Vinicius can be pleased with that. But, okay, I got to ask here. A couple things. 5,000 gold on Swiftblade. So this is what I was talking about earlier. What does he do with this gold right now?
So, what I would do, that's, I think, the best way for me to answer that question, is I would just sell the Dreamcatcher and buy a Bresto. Because, you know, what's better than one Swiftblade ultimate? That's 2.
Okay, yeah. 2-2's pretty good as well, yeah.
It's like, because you only need one, like, Supplant ultimate to properly kill Alonia. Probably. The problem that I'm seeing here is like the entry field is actually causing a lot of issues, and I'm noticing that the Legion side is not really that quick with killing the energy fields. And actually, look at this. The engineer actually bought an upgraded Staff of the Master. And so did Pebbles, by the way. Pebbles upgraded the Swiftblade. And the engineer upgraded Alonia.
Alonia, yeah. I saw that earlier, I was going to bring that up too, but that's a fantastic upgrade for Alonia. Especially with the damage output. But that's it. So you said Swiftblade got upgraded too, so that's interesting to see. That counterattack.
Yeah. Do you know what it does?
I was honestly reading it as I was saying this. Well, we got Lodestone actually.
Oh.
He is caught here going for the rune. Look at that. That's the absolute zero. Catches critics, and so does Wrath of the Pharaoh. Protect another great placement there. Will stop, but now the energy field is out the back line. So Swiftblade spinning on top. Going for Engineer. He does have Swift Slashes. Will he look to use it here? Not just yet. The turret pushing it back in the back lane's over here. You got Pebbles picked off. The Swiftblade still, Swiftblade and Critic still chasing around. Going for Alonia now, but Swiftblade locks in place. Yeah, finally goes off right there, though. Staying alive, and now Legionnaire, the lone survivor against Swiftblade. A quad kill for Colic. And now he's going for the finish on the Legionnaire. Are we going to see an annihilation? Couple more auto attacks, ring around the Rosie. No way. Does he actually get out? He looks like he might. Oh, he is going to get away. So no annihilation. I got to say, I think I got distracted by an illusion there. I thought Swiftblade ended up dying, but no, he was more than fine.
Yeah,
his Swift Slash is doing work.
He's so tanky still, right? And he did not get locked down by the entry field this time. The Alonia jumped very aggressively for the Pebbles, and he very rapidly actually locked down the Pebbles there that team fights in the back line. He was basically standing at the Conger pit there, and like him, the Legionnaire and the Alonia jumped in the backline there.
Touch. He has 8,200 gold. Like, come on, man. Like, Swiftblade, he's gonna run here. This is Angry Tesla level territory right here. This
you know,
insane.
this economy is rough, right? So you gotta save up for for your old day, right? You know, next game you also wanna have some money.
He has to buy something here. Okay, there we go. He sells the Dreamcatcher. It's just a Genjiro. He just right clicks it. Why not?
Yeah.
There we go.
You probably should have bought the
Gets away for now, and yeah, he should be fine.
Yeah, but like he should probably bought the Shroud before the. No, it's just self Dreamcatcher gets Shroud. But I'm still. Oh, this is a Monica trouble.
Yeah, and Swift Flashes is ready once again. Spin on top easily. Monarch's probably certain death, but the Legionnaire jumps in. They want to fight this. Where's Alonia? Alonia's not here. It's doing a lot of damage, but there's the energy field coming down as well. So a big kill, Swiftblade. Big kill onto him. He does have buyback, but obviously that's what they're looking for. And now Alonia shows up too. She gets cut off by Pebbles, but Pebbles immediately blinks away, trying to get out, and yes, he will be successful. But Legionnaire, I thought it was a little bit risky of a decision initially. Ends up being the right decision to jump in there with Engineer backing up and taking out Swiftblade. That's big.
Yeah, so the Swiftblade just kind of died to the Legionnaire there, and that's kind of the problem of like the Genjiro as well here. Yes, you do more damage, but that's what Legionnaire was waiting for with the barbed armor. Suddenly, like when you start hurting yourself. Oh, that's Pebbles.
Colic buys back. That is going to be dead Pebbles, but also play the timing. He had managed to get the spin off as the Kexton landed. Again, still has Swift Slashes. Is not going to use it just yet. Trying to get Engineer. No. Yes, he finally goes down. But now Legionnaire jumps back in. This will be a big kill. Also, if they get it, but Legionnaire's the one that has to be careful apparently. Alonia damage being output. They do kill Legionnaire. Swiftblade manages to reset. He's at half-life. He is ready to go back in. Again, he still has Swift Slashes. I keep saying that. There we go. He is going to use it there to cut down Pharaoh and get the easy double tap when it's all said and done. So they not only hold, but
Legionnaire.
Legionnaire buyback. You're right. So now Legionnaire buys back in. Puppet Soul bought back as well. That was earlier. That's right. We knew that on the Alonia. So they did not want to give up this push here, but it's probably going to have to.
Yeah, that was definitely not a good buyback on Legionnaire there. It was a little bit too trigger happy and wasting a buyback right there. Because they still like had both buybacks, but like Swiftblade already used one. So And like this whole entire Legion team is just like this Swiftblade against like the entire bit of the Hellborn team. It's just a solo core like game plan here for the Legion team, as Alonia might be in trouble.
No Swift Slashes though.
No, okay, and yeah, there is actually a sheep stick picked up on the Alonia. But the reason that the Swiftblade did not die when the Legionnaire jumped for the second time at the bottom tower is because his barbed armor was still on cooldown. So he jumped in with the taunts, but without barbed armor, the Swiftblade just doesn't really do that much damage to himself. Or, you know, the Legionnaire doesn't do much damage to the Swiftblade.
Didn't feel threatened. Gonna get a first conquer kill. This is the first conquer Maybe the first conquer kill for the new gen, and they'll certainly benefit from the buffs. Legionnaire points out for the bottom lane, as it looked like they were maybe trying to set up a play onto him. As we do got to pause here, but
yeah, I was sorry for that. We also see, by the way,
minutes into this one, man. This is
no Fireblade has actually been causing some issues for the Legionnaire, because of course, like Legionnaire, speaking of like, you know, one of those changes, no Fireblade now. Every time you hit, the next time you hit that target, you drain more mana from him, up to basically like double almost. So at like level 3 Nullfire, it's at max mana drain capacity. It's like 90 mana per hit.
Mm-hmm.
And with the attack speed that like Legionnaire gives his target, it's like he's gonna be out of mana in like no time.
Let's get it on.
And he only has like 1000 mana. So we saw a couple of times where like at the end of a team fight, he's completely out of mana and he kind of has to go back to base almost at that point.
Yeah.
So I like to pick up a lot here. I do, however, wish that someone in the Legion team would pick up an Abyssal Skull. It does feel kind of weird to me that they haven't picked one up yet.
It's just like good value for at this point of the game.
Oh,
Even actually, the Legionnaire jump on the Lodestone again, not a prime target. Look at Swiftblade. He's charging and he's going for Engineer, trying to cut him down. No, but again, the energy fit at the last second gets the spin off. Can he get the Swift Slashes off? No, it's the question. Protected. Melody coming up. Beautiful placement from Pio Pio. Mitigating so much damage right there. The Swift Slashes is not going to use yet. There we go. Finally goes off. Kills the cut down Legionnaire. Now Pharaoh. He's going to be run down. Grinix and Swiftblade, the two survivors on the Legion side. So supporting Cass not necessarily doing as well. Look at Alonia as continues to kite. Again, Swift Slashes was used, and now Swiftblade, he's just being locked down. He can't move. He can't freaking move. He's dead once again. He does have money for a buyback. It would be his last one, though. Yeah, choosing to use the Swift Slash just to finish off Legionnaire right there allows Alonia to get some freedom in the fight.
Yeah, and oh, they see the Grinix. They saw the Grinix for a second.
It's distracting.
But like Grinix cannot kill this wave here, so he can't really do that much. And like this is where I think something like a Resto Stone would provide you a lot more than you know, something like the Grandior does here, because you basically, like with the Resto, you're invulnerable for... Oh. The Pebbles buyback.
Installed, but now Pebbles, he's in a horrible spot. He gets just frozen in place. No Shrunken, of course, to be able to withstand all this crowd control. No chances, but yeah, without Shrunken, you got to understand that you're going to be locked down pretty partially in these fights.
Yeah. Yeah, and like, that is, like, okay, so what the Swiftblade staff does for you, right? Because I don't... Okay, these jerks kept fighting. Like 15 minutes ago or something. You get 2 more slashes. So from 8 to 10. And if you successfully proc your W, you get like a blink strike. Basically, think like a Nighthound pounce. Like
okay, sure.
And it's like about 600 range or something. That's it. Now, if the Pebbles did not upgrade the Swiftblade, he would have had a Shrunken in these team fights. So, my question is the two slashes and like the one little blink on the Swiftblade, like one little pounce, is that worth it not having a Shrunken on the Pebbles?
Yeah, I mean, and then there's also the argument, you know, staff buff on all 3 of these other, I mean, Rhapsody's definitely a solid one as well. Like, it certainly could have been argument there, but, you know, it's what's done is done, obviously. And speaking of that, again, the Shrunken, it's going to be a ways off for Pebbles right now. Only about 1,000 gold saved up. They kill Congo on the Hellborn side. And you know Vinicius is smelling blood right now. This is the biggest lead we've seen this whole game at 50 minutes in. And, you know, so much for this, again, on paper, it seemed like when it came to scaling, it didn't necessarily feel like they're going to be able to scale as effectively, but that really hasn't mattered at this point in the game. That's a team smoke out. They get Farrell, but Farrell's, again, he's a tanky target. And they're coming to go, look at Grinix just melt as soon as the energy field of the Lonia damage happens. Pebbles is also caught up. He too is dead, and
jump on
clearly Noah Nugent is like, what do we do about this? Yep, they are going to catch Lodestone right there as well in the backline. Swiftblade's thinking about it. He's like, he wants to go so badly, but he just can't find the target. Hat-trick coming out for Puppet Soul, and Swiftblade's just going to have to teleport back to base. No way! Oh no! This is going to add insult to injury. He's going to go for the run. The Arcane Bomb comes out right there. Legionnaire is going to charge in. Do they actually catch the Swiftblade? No buybacks are happening. They've all been used. Midwinter used both of his. So Swiftblade will live, but well, he can't defend by himself.
Look at the bottom lane, meanwhile. All these creeps are just, like, knocking on the door there. And, of course, like, with the Demonic on the Legionnaire, you push so fast. And Swiftblade has to run back to base because, of course, like, his TP got cancelled. And Pharaoh jumps him with his Pharaoh Flower.
Like, let's go, baby. Let's get the jump in. Swiftblade is going to melt as a result. He's got his final buyback. Might as well use it, but this is all but over. It feels like the top lane also being pushed in. Swift Slashes is ready. I mean, if he gets some big bounces, maybe. You see Legionnaire just going to kind of run at him at this point. Running into the base. There's the open. The Blade Mill comes out there. Look at Swiftblade. His life is going down quickly. The keg. Nope, not going to hit, of course. It's a Legionnaire. All right, that's a little bit of silliness going on now, but of course they feel in total control of Vinicius, as they should. The Shrine's at half life, the World Tree just about dead.
Big up Megas.
End the old-fashioned way. GG well played. Again, it is a best out of 5, but we now have a 2-0 lead for Vinicius in the grand finals. This was a hell of a game.
Yeah, and like where the first game, I would argue, was a little bit more one-sided. This game, like, even though I would say Vinicius definitely had the lead early on, the Legion team here, the Noah Nugent, they showed like that they are here to play. They showed that they are not just gonna get rolled over, and they gave some amazing resistance there. But in the end, I think that the solo core on the Swiftblade, playing against so many like just annoying targets with like the Alonia just constantly slowing you and the Legionnaire being able to kill you quite easily, and then of course the Pharaoh now with that Hellflower in the late game is providing a lot. But also, yeah, the Engineer, the hero is just insane. It's amazing. Like, you saw how much effect that staff had in the late game. Compare that to something like Grinix or like a Lodestone.
Yeah. It seemed like on paper a team that should be able to, you know, maybe get to the backlines with the Grinix, with the Pebbles, even a Blink on Swift. They just weren't able to execute on that enough. And he called it. The staff on Engineer really seemed to kind of set the tone for Vinicius and allow for the ultimate opening to then be taken and the victory to be had. So very well played on their part. Yes, no new gen. It's good to see them fighting strong and making it last, that game lasted well and giving themselves hope. There was moments in that game. Certainly, we thought this would be a 1-1 series, but no, it's not the case. Vinicius has other plans, and they're up 2-0. But again, ladies and gentlemen, this is the grand finals. We got a best out of 5, so still at least one more game to come. Game number 3. Can Vinicius close it out, or will Noah Nugent keep things going? I'm Brick CPK, joined by Dutch Onage. Stay tuned. Game 3 coming up next. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We got the HoN Awakening Tournament number 1 grand finale, and it is a 2-0 lead now for Vinicius. Obviously, game 2, very good back and forth, a hell of a game, 50 minutes or so. But in the end, Vinicius was victorious. And, you know, I was thinking about it too, Dutch, as I'm bringing CBK joined by Dutch once again. The variety, the diversity of picks that we're having, just all these games. I mean, it kind of shows you this series too. From the first game to the second game, the strategy was completely different. We saw this Legionnaire-based strategy, as you talked about, the cutting the lane, and it had some back and forth early on. But I just love the fact that we can have so much diversity from one game to the next, especially at this point in the game. So appreciate that.
Yeah, and it's not just, as you said, like diversity in terms of heroes picked, but also indeed like in terms of like completely off-the-cuff strategies that sound wild and like mad if you say it out loud. You know, middle Predator, middle dual lane, middle Predator, and then cutting the lane with Legionnaire. But that is honestly like, if your goal is to catch your opponent off guard and put them in an awkward position, put them outside of the comfort zone, this is the way to do it. Run unconventional strategies. Like, run things that they don't know how to respond to. Because it was quite clear, I think, as we saw early on, they did not really know how to respond to this Legionnaire, or laning Legionnaire.
Legionnaire, I like it.
Yeah.
And this is another example. I mean, look at this. Already we have 2 heroes in the first 2 picks that have not been seen yet in this series. Now, Pearl's definitely one where I was going to bring this up earlier, because we're seeing a lot of these defensive supports, especially, you know, you got the Rhapsody, we got the Icor. Pearl certainly is up there on the tier list. How to figure out these supports in general, let alone defensive minded, but we hadn't really seen her yet. But we are going to see her this time around by Vinicius, so excited for that. But then the Vindicator, fairly quick response on the other side. Yeah,
so I don't know which team picked up the Vindicator like last week a couple of times. It may have been the Noah New Gen against maybe B Pro or something, but they had like some really confident games on with the Vindicator. I think it was like when they had Vindicator plus Pebbles plus Bensington or something. And what they did really well is, I'm not 100% convinced that it was this team that did it, but it was definitely one of the Thai teams. And what they did was they like jumped in and then used the Vindicator to prevent any kind of response initiation or like counter initiation from the enemy team. And they did that really well. And it worked out really well for them, and they definitely won that game. And I also do want to talk about the bans a little bit, as we see the same 3 bans from Legion side here. Yep. Tundra, Soul Reaper, and Iker. They're saying like they're making a statement. I just don't want to play against them.
For good reason. I mean, all 3 heroes obviously showing great success for Noah New Gen throughout this tournament, throughout even the previous series, as we just happened to cast. Of course, they won that one 2-0 pretty decidedly against their opponents there. But different story here in this grand finals as we keep going back to Vinicius. This is now 4 wins in a row in the same tournament that Vinicius has against this Noah New Gen squad. It's, when you really think of it that way, I mean, that's kind of crazy. Obviously, the winter bracket finals, they won the first game to Noah New Gen, but it's been all Vinicius since then. And it's just, what more can you do if you know a New Gen? Again, that was our closest performance, certainly in these losses in that previous game, and still just not enough firepower. So, like I keep going back to, though, we touched on for the beginning of this game here, it's diversity, try different things, and boy, are we seeing that. Hey, Pearl, Lord Self-Force, and now a Plague Rider. All 3 heroes we actually haven't seen picked so far today.
Yeah, so the Plague Rider is definitely a bit of a surprise to me. The Sephora's and the Pearl are a little bit less. Because the Sephora's is a hero that, like, the Thai team, the Hellborn side here, Noah New Gen, has been consistently banning. They just didn't really want to play against it. And I think one of the strengths of Vinicius here is indeed the bigger like range of strategies that they're comfortable with. the more like, outlandish strategies that they are clearly capable of actually executing. And it also goes like partially to hero picks, where I feel like the Thai team here has like a lot more sticked to the conventional strategies and the same kind of strategy, right? Where you always farm on Kolik, you always split push and just solo play a little bit on the SRP on the bubbles. And I think he was what was he playing last game? Grinix?
Grinix, yeah.
Yeah, the Grinix, right? And they always just seem to kind of sit in their role that they know they do well and not really deviate too much from that. You could argue, of course, like why, don't change your winning team, but I feel like that's the way that Vinicius is playing is kind of putting them on the wrong foot it's putting them in an awkward spot. And I think that's the flexibility of Vinicius definitely coming at play here. I hope that made some level of sense.
Absolutely. We are going to see the next hero picks here, though. It's, where does it start with, SRP especially, and who he may end up playing. And Bubbles is still an option if they do want to go that direction in the end, but they're ghosting a Sir Bensington, and there we go. It is going to be a Sir Bensington so far. Now, where does Sir Bensington end up? That's, I suppose, the next question. A hero that could have some flexibility.
And I think I did mention it, right? Yeah, where they play like the Vindicator, the Bensington, when they jump in together, or they jump the Bensington on top, and then they use the Vindicator to prevent counter initiation.
Right.
And it's honestly really strong if you have enough like early jump. But it's also like especially strong when you are playing from advantage. And that is a fun pick for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Kayn also a hero that has actually gotten a lot of love lately in terms of buffs and stuff. So one of the things that actually did change about the Kayn is that every time he wins a duel now, which means that he needs to kill the enemy hero during the face-off, he gets 5, 7, and like level 1, 5, 7, and then level 3, 9 damage permanently. So if you win like 10 duels in a row, you get 90 extra damage permanently. That starts scaling up really fast.
Infinite scaling is what we like to say. So
yeah,
is that it's not going to necessarily be infinite scaling, but the point is there that that's damage. Kind of like the calamity we mentioned in the previous last week, and that's that same idea. It can get out of hand if you don't address it sooner than later. So, but man, not only do we have the Kayn, I love seeing Kayn as well, but you have the Drunken Master finish and then a Silhouette finish. We're going to see Kolik playing Silhouette. I love to see that. Yet another hero that Kolik's going to get his hands on, and obviously Silhouette is up there as one of the stronger flash farmers, certainly. But one point I want to make here too is this Legion lineup, all 5 heroes. I mean, here we are, Game 3 of the Grand Finals. And even when you factor in the previous series, these are all 5 heroes. We haven't seen any of these heroes throughout today so far been picked. And here we are, them up 2-0. So there is a part of me, is this Vinicius, kind of, I don't want to say they're trolling, but, thinking a little bit more outside the box than they necessarily have to? Or do you genuinely feel like their lineup it makes sense? They got something going here.
Well, you of course have to think about what they have been trying to do. I don't know if this is purposefully but I think so. Is they have been trying to catch this team off guard, right?
Yeah.
And that is just trying more wacky strategies, and of course there is always a risk-reward factor. And if it works out, that's absolutely huge, because then you get a lot easier game if you manage to pull the enemy outside of the comfort zone. And the same way, last game, as you said at the start, you had the lanes looked really weird, right? And even the first games, the lane looks really weird. What I'm a little bit concerned about here is that they only have one hero with a lot of lockdown, and that is, of course, the Kayn. So I feel like they're gonna have difficulties actually like hunting down enemies if the Halberd side just kind of wants to slow down, chill, farm a bit, and just split push lanes and stuff. Like they did, like we saw them do like in the Wildstorm game, you know? Just push, farm, push.
They're very good at that, yeah. Very comfortable
Exactly.
for them, yeah.
And now also, notably, they have not just a single solo core, but they actually picked up 2 core heroes. So both the Silhouette and the Bensington. And just trying to like lock down the Silhouette, try to go late game, it's not necessarily going to end up super well for you because the Kayn versus the Silhouette is kind of an it's kind of like an awkward matchup. What's the hell? Never mind. Because like so the Relentless Salvo, right? The E from the Silhouette. It lasts 10 seconds, and it stacks up to 15 times. And that's a lot, 15. It's like a stupid amount. If you like max charge like Relentless Salvo, it's going to be 240 extra damage per hit. And usually you don't get to that point, but Kayn works by reducing the enemy's auto-attack damage by a lot. But that doesn't really work on Kayn. Because the Relentless Salvo isn't counted as auto-attack damage.
Okay, so it's still very good into him is what you're essentially getting at with the Steel Resolve.
Yeah.
And,
or even like after you ultimate the Silhouette, you're basically going to have like 15 charges of Relentless Salvo on yourself, and you're going to die in like 2 or 3 hits afterwards. It's a bit awkward. It's the same thing like against the Predator, for example, with the E with the Kayn, where like the Carnivorous, the E still applies in full effect, or the Ravenor ultimate also still applies in full effect, even though like your Steel Resolve is reducing some auto attack damage. Because it doesn't count as auto attack damage, it's not that effective. But for against something like a Bensington, it is of course like really good. On the other hand, Kayn is very, very strong in tri-lanes. And that's, I think, honestly, like one of the strengths of Kayn. Because, of course, he can frontline. He's just quite a tanky strength hero. If the enemy carry or like anyone goes a little bit out of position, you can basically like short range hook them in.
Right.
And then, of course, like you have the balance of power, the aura, which gives either your entire team or like your entire side here 15% chance to crit and 6 extra attack damage, or 2 armor and half magic armor, which is in this stage of the game quite a lot. So yeah, it's a hero that just excels in tri-lane. So I'm loving seeing it here for that.
Dutch, we got a 3 versus 3 top lane. I love this. We got a tri versus tri lane that will be happening. So definitely a good reason to keep the camera up the top lane for most of this laning phase, of course. Right off the bat, there we go. They're going to go on a Plague Rider, actually. Of course, Joust with Sir Benedict going over that fissure. Asphyxiate was used, but it's not going to be nearly enough. That's going to be a Bloodlust just like that in favor of Noah Nugent. And now Kayn, I mean, he should be fine. But another block from Behemoth in 1 second. You know what's coming out. There we go. Pearl getting low. There's a Joust to finish him off as well. And this trial lane certainly to the advantage so far of No Nugent.
Yeah, and the Kayn missed the Q. And Kayn Q early on has 16 seconds cooldown, which is quite a lot. And besides that, also, Plague Rider leveled his Extinguish. So that is the Deny ability.
Oh, he did, yeah.
So them being like that far out of position is definitely... Oh, look at mid lane. Look at mid lane.
Yeah, Behemoth setting up. Speaking of out of position, Lord Force did not see this coming on the other side. It doesn't matter. The answer is no. Those auto attacks adding up. You talked about it. Relentless Alpha, even at level 1. Just pain, and obviously great rotation from Behemoth. He's got red boots. He's going back to the top lane. So again, the lane control right now certainly seems like it's favoring Noah Newgen quite a bit early.
Yeah, and Behemoth almost, that would say grieving, but I feel like he forgot to remove his wall, because, oh, Pearl.
That's another kill. It's one more attack. There we go. Easy kill for Sir Benton with the Lance along, and they just keep finding one after the other, and Behemoth is going to get a free trip back to base. I mean, this is just total momentum for Noah Newgen. Clearly a very potent, hard-hitting combo. And you talk about, I mean, things like Plague Rider getting the Extinguish at level 1. He's essentially an assisting creep at this point. So, of course, that'll change as the levels start adding up, but understandably, they're playing extra aggressive.
Yeah, and like, Plague Rider early on is not necessarily like a bad hero if you level that Q, because it deals 120 damage on an 8 seconds cooldown, which is it's not definitely not bad, you know. But I understand that they wanted the deny the Extinguish level 1. But if you go with the Extinguish level 1, that means that you're going to have to play defensively. And they didn't do that, and they're going in.
Once again, this time Kane's the one that might be in trouble. The waylay on Sir Bensington, but he's just too tanky. He's not only going to survive, he walks it off. He's got his own red boots. Pearl keeping her distance as well, but talk about the prime target that Noah Newgen's going for. This is already a 1,200, 1,300 net worth lead at about 3 minutes into the game. That is a big gap for this point into the game. Of course, Bensington, the one that's feeling the most of it with the top lane success.
Yeah, and I do... So, like, part of the reason there is that they're feeling the struggle on the top lane right now is because Pearl did not have a lot of levels. Does not have a lot of levels.
Only level 1 still.
Yep, and like Pearl level 1E is actually like a 100 burst healing. And that's quite important. But also, Kane did not choose to level his W.
Interesting. Yeah, that's
which I really dislike.
Waylay, Sir Bennington, that's a big kill if they get it, and yes they are. They chase him down, so well played. Finally some success for Vinicius, and Kane's going for more. He has another Waylay in 3 seconds. There's his asphyxiate, Vindicator slowing down. Nice job with the Fissure Stun though, and that'll be the end of that pursuit. But again, they got the prime target, and Vinicius finally showing some fight back here at this top lane. But yeah, to your point, yeah, going the Steel Resolve instead, so no balance of power, which does seem like it'd be very potent here in this lane.
Yeah. It's not just like, it's automatic regen for everyone around you, even like while in combat. Oh, they're going in the Plague.
Why not? It's been 10 seconds. Let's keep going. They're going to Plague Rider initially. Now they turn to touch the Kane, but the tower damage, Bensington certainly have to respect that, especially as Pearl's running over, but it is too much damage for Kane to handle. And he does eventually get killed off, so Vinicius had some boost of momentum, but just like that, going back the other way with the Pendulum. And good fight back from the Hellborn side. This mid lane, too, is interesting. Lord Force is pushing the creep wave beyond the tower. He's got a double damager in it. Silhouette has to respect that, but here comes Behemoth.
Yeah, but like, over. 1 Q from the Sephoris on the Silhouette, and Silhouette goes down to like 80 HP.
Right.
So even with the Behemoth being there, it's not much he can do. And so Force is just pushing out this lane over and over and over again. And even though like Silhouette is up 1 kill, so Force actually has more GPM.
Oh, he's going in. The Undying applied. It's not going to be a kill, right? I mean, he'll be fine, but is going to send Silhouette back.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, because Silhouette's not farming.
Right.
And Silhouette is, unlike the... What did he play the first game? The Wild Sword that he played the first game, and the Swiftblade that he played the second game. Oh, top lane!
They chase him down. They saw the supporting cast elsewhere. I think that's a big reason why they played so aggressive on Sir Bensington. So yeah, smart decision. Ends up getting a big kill.
Yeah, and also like the Kane just does a lot of damage, right? The Waylay is 185 physical damage at this point. Behemoth takes a free trip back to base. Yeah. But like one of the important things about the offensive or the balance of power, I think it's called, right?
God, Silhouette nearly. He had to be careful there. Just some good damage to Pearl, but in the end. Had to respect again Lord Southforce, as you talked about. But yeah, balance power has now been picked up by Kane. And as we say this, though, they go on to Kane. The totem's put down by Vindicator, and Blake Ryder couldn't really do much else right there. So yeah, good take by Noah Nugent. And as expected, this top lane continues to be a bloodbath.
Yeah, but like the balance of power right now, it doesn't just provide like 6 damage to the Kane. It also provides 6 damage to everyone around him. So like if you have like 60 attack damage, adding 6 damage to your supports, both of your supports, that is like the power in this tri lane for that hero. And that is also why I'm specifically very surprised that he chose to level his E instead.
Well, you do see some rotations now. Kane is actually teleports to the bottom lane after that last death. They want to get him to Losa Farm, and that means Drunken Master, who's level 7, is up at the top lane. He's fighting already. Oh, that's a lot of damage. Of course, that 3-point strike kicking in, and Vindicator, not much more he can do right there. So yeah, we obviously haven't really touched too much on the bottom lane at all because of what's been going on, but how about that? Drunken Master, of course, he's been getting essentially free farm a level. Same thing with Kraken on the other side, but Kraken Midwinter currently still sitting at the bottom lane continuing to farm. But yeah, Drunken, the first one to hit that 400 gold per minute mark.
Yeah, and they're basically around the same creeps in the mid lane, so I think that's... Sorry, and the bottom lane, they were relatively even, I would say. I think the big difference in terms of this game is definitely the mid lane, where the Sapphorus was doing, like, notably a lot better than the Silhouette. Of course, like, Silhouette is kind of jumping a bit back now. Oh, Blake Ryder,
Gets the last hit as a question. Look at Drunken, jumps in on the Silhouette, actually. He wants to go for Silhouette for the kill. The stack, yes, he gets it. So an eye for an eye, definitely going the way of the Legion. Jajenko is like, thank you very much. You can kill our Plague Rider, I'll kill your mid Silhouette. We're just fine with that trade.
Yeah, and like look at the Silhouette HP at this point. 700. It's like it's so easy for the as the Kraken actually goes down to the force. Wow.
It was just not dying, and then he landed another more Certissima, and just it shows you the damage of Self-Force early on in the game, especially. Yep. It just melts the Kraken.
Yeah, because that Q does 370 damage on a 5-second cooldown. If you say it like that, it sounds insane.
It does, yeah. That's ridiculous damage. Totem will thwart them off, but clearly the pressure is completely swinging. I mean, how about this? Vinicius 3,000 gold lead all of a sudden. This is looking like a very... Obviously, it was a great start for the Hellborn with the trial lane, but TP coming in. Definitely another big fight brewing. Pearl, Kraken's nearby. Silhouette's just farming the jungle, but they're not going to go all the way in.
And Silhouette wants to farm those stacks, but like a Silhouette just doesn't really farm stacks that efficiently. And while those... Oh wow, so Force Blade super aggressive, it doesn't have the ultimate up.
Pearl?
Oh, top lane bounces!
That's the Plague Ooh! The Plague Ooh! Bouncing perfectly between the two! Kraken and Behemoth both evaporate. The Vindicator silence was just too little too late, and now Drunken Master, he's out for blood. He wants to go for more. He goes with Sir Bensington. Vindicator likely to fall as well anyway, so yeah, he wants Bensington to get a big hit right there. One more attack needed maybe. Bottle Chargers keep it alive for the time being. Can Bensington go for the turn kill? Maybe. Taking the tower damage? Doesn't matter. Silhouette missed right there with the Death Lotus, hoping to get a hit on Drunken, but he's a little too slippery. He's too fast, and he just jets on out of there. He's fine. Jajenko doing work.
Yeah, like Drunken Master with that Ghost Marchers. Like the stagger gives you so much movement speed. It's so you get 30 like passively or like altoways, and I think some extra more depending on how much like drunk charges you have. So you just basically are like hasted movement speed for a little bit after using the W, and they kind of just don't have the HP on their cores right now to survive the burst from those heroes. Because there's not a lot of lockdown. Oh, Benston jumping.
South Forest, though, he ain't an easy kill. He does have support coming in. He gets a nuke off at the last second, so they do kill South Forest. Bensington forced to fight, though, thanks to Kane. And they turn onto him, and also Behemoth cut down by Drunken Master. So numbers-wise, it is a 2-for-1. That does favor Vinicius, and that goal lead even jumping up more, upwards of almost 5,000 now. As they're taking another look at it, yeah, this is just getting out of hand for Vinicius, it feels like at this point. Even Drunken kind of walks on by. He takes some damage there, but Not much of a threat just yet. Yeah, Silhouette call like he certainly needs a lot more farm before he's going to be a big threat at this point.
Yeah, and like if you look around now, if you click on the cane, you can actually see like a buff on him that gives him that 5 damage.
Yep.
So that is like the buff from the one duel that he got basically. And I'm expecting to see that number just skyrockets, and it's like a mechanic that I love. Like a hero that gets rewarded for playing aggressively throughout the game and just has some slow but steady passive scaling. And of course, like we saw that, as you already mentioned, on the Calamity indeed, but on the Kayn as well. And it allows these heroes to kind of stand toe-to-toe with more conventional carry heroes.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. And you see he's got the Matt Fred's brass knuckles early on as well. So, yeah, he's certainly a great utility for the team. Yeah, they would love another taunt kill right here. You see the face-off is ready. Ooh, he was running in to go, but Sir Benjington just a little too far.
He already basically shouted "face me" in real life, I feel.
Did the RP for it, but now Lord South Forest just runs on it with the invis. Benjington is like, where did my life go? Well, it evaporated thanks to that more certissima you mentioned. It's insane damage, really, that 370. And the Undying on top of that, just Benjington just evaporates. So free kill for South Forest, and run back mid and continue farming there. Man, it feels like this is just complete map control. I hate to say it, this being a game 3 with them up 2-0. It's been a great series so far, but this one looks like it could get could be a quick one if they don't do something here soon.
They missed the...
There's no chance. There's no chance. In fact, that's going to be an easy turn on the Behemoth.
Yeah. Like, that is just the Shaman's Headrest on the Drunken Master, making him super tanky. And they missed the block off, sadly. And Behemoth early on is just not a good hero. Because the Fissure is nice and all. Actually, it got a quality of life buff recently, where the Enrage, I believe it's called, yeah, the W, the Stomp, is a lot faster, and the stun is a little bit longer as well.
Yeah.
But it's still like you use that, and then it's a 15 seconds cooldown in which you're just doing nothing. And like here we see, I think, why applying pressure to this team is working out so well for them. You see, like, this Vindicator is trying to stack for a scary, but the Silhouette is afraid to take these stacks right now because the enemy team is just applying so much pressure. And like
the wards in the jungle.
It's
ridiculous.
It's just pressure, pressure, pressure. And it's working out so well for them. And he is ready to shout face me once again.
Yeah. Will anyone oblige? It looks like it is going to be Vindicator. No, silence right as he was going for it. You could tell again he was ready to go for the taunt, but Vindicator silence will save him for now. Lord South Forest mid lane. Behemoth, he's gonna burn, baby, burn. He might live. No, he's dead, right? Yeah, that's gonna kill him. Sir Benjington's also in trouble. There's a jumping with Kraken. He's got his blink, so the Plague again, though. AKA the Plague Carrier, bouncing back and forth beautifully. Kraken defensive release. The Kraken will keep alive. Meanwhile, up here, Silhouette. Okay, they pick off the Kayn. So nice find. That's a buyback. Wow, very early buyback by Kayn. He is pissed. He wants to come back in on the fight quickly as he teleports mid.
Yeah, a little bit. And I would say like a little bit of an overconfident buyback.
Well, honestly, it's going to maybe pay off. He might get a dual kill here. Yeah, it's coming in maybe on Silhouette. No, he's going to settle for the Behemoth instead. Now, is it enough damage? Of course, with South Forest it is. There's another victory for him. The way they pull in. And now Silhouette needs to be careful swapping back and forth. Staying alive not long enough. No, Sigma cleans it up with a double tap. And let's make it a hat trick when it's all said and done. Nope, never mind. That's actually going to be a kill for Pearl. But
the Plague Rider also buying post haste. Yeah, they are in full control of this game. And I love the Dreamcatcher on the Forest here, because so the way that I'm not sure everyone knows, but for the way that Morris Certissima, I think that's how you pronounce it, works, is that it does like a huge damage up front, like with 370 magic damage, of course. But then after the next 5 seconds, you heal for 40% of the damage done. So if you deal like 370 damage, quick math, around 140-ish? Yeah, around 150 damage you heal that back. But of course, like if you apply Dreamcatcher, they already heal less from that. And the combo naturally is like you use the ultimate so they don't heal at all.
It just enhances the damage that much more, basically, yeah.
Exactly.
The ability. Oh, the shockwave, Behemoth. Desperation right there, just trying to hit anything he can. He eventually melts out. A Drunken Master shows a blade. Vindicator also dead. I mean, Dutch, again, like I said earlier, I hate to say it, but this is just looking like Vinicius is they're just having fun at this point, because they can. They're in absolute dominant control to try to close out the grand finals here and become the tournament champions. And Noah Nugent, you got Silhouette. It's been a great tournament for this team overall. Calling especially. There's the face man. Okay, Kane will die for it, actually. They do get the turn, but now Benzington still having to deal with this Drunken, and he's so difficult to deal with all that mitigation kicking in. He's got some mana battery uses as well. Nice swap from Silhouette. Silhouette cuts him down. Okay, so Kalik showing off a bit, gets a double tap, and making him pay for diving a little bit too much there. And there's the hat trick. So, you know what? It ain't over yet. That definitely will say that, especially after what just happens right there. You don't want to give Kalik too much time.
Yeah, and if you keep feeding him, right? If you keep just like playing too overconfident, you're gonna give him away back into this game. Because it ain't over. What is it? It ain't over until the fat lady sings.
There you go. That was the one I thought you were going for, yeah. Vindicator. That should be a free kill here. It's a Nightfall coming in. Oh, nice dodge, though. A little bit of a sidestep kicking in. Vindicator's still alive, by the way. May end up dying in the big picture, but South Forest, I can't believe he's still alive. You know, you look at his items, and it's like, oh, okay, that kind of makes sense, actually.
Yeah.
And like, there's
the Dark Lord's presence, the E. Face me. The Dark Lord's presence, of course, like it steals HP regen. So if you Morse Disma someone, they get the life back as HP regen, and then you just basically heal yourself if you stay close to them. That's the nice design of the hero, of course. So if he hits like his Q there on like 2 or 3 people, and suddenly like he heals like so much. And that's why probably as like the Hellborn team, you also want to start picking up stuff like the Dreamcatcher, although Silhouette might be in trouble.
This is a call a getaway. No, Plague Runner's like, yeah, I'm going to cut him off. I mean, he's doing a hell of a job in escaping. Okay, he gets the kill actually on Pearl, but it is just too much. Great job by Vinicius collapsing from all angles and making it basically impossible for Silhouette to escape. And they don't know how to stop here on the side of Vinicius. They are really just full throttle, go, go, go. They have 29 hero kills, not even 20 minutes into the game at this point. That is absurd.
They basically said everyone that's more than like a minute on our side of the map is getting benched.
Right.
Only play on the enemy side of the map, and hey, it's working out. It's definitely working out.
Base, apparently, yeah. South Forest going deep there, but of course he will respect maybe being a little bit too deep. He's got
and look what the Drunken Master is building.
Oh my God! Yeah, he has a freaking axe to the Malphite. Wow.
This is like
coming.
Nice wind whistle from me. I love it. No, but the Drunken, like this goes back to the Soul Reaper game that they played the first game today, I believe, right?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, they just like you saw like the hard pickup just closed out the game because they had no way of killing the Soul Reaper here, and it's exactly the same way here for this Drunken Master, right? Just get a heart and you're basically never going to die. And I do actually like that they just say, okay, guys. We've had our fun, playing again a little bit, and they go for Kongor, start like playing a little bit more coordinatedly, and just you know, retake control of this game, not give the Silhouette too much way back into this game.
I have to double.
Yeah, go. So I want to say like Silhouette did actually finish the null stun.
Yep. Actually, might be coming into play right here, going for Drunken. That's a play carrier, though. A lot of like, creep wave damage. That Behemoth barely lives. It did not bounce back to him, but now Kraken, he's just in the trees enough. Silhouette ports out. Can they actually all get away? That's pretty big if so. Behemoth throws out the fissure, and yeah, it will allow for the getaway. So great retreat there from Noah Nugent.
Yeah. That started with Kraken missing his charge. And that's not the first time we've missed this game. It's a bit awkward. Maybe like he's not Of course, like, if you're down 2-0, you have to be oh, there we go. There's the hits charge on the Pearl there. But I want to say, if you're down 2-0, you have to be a very strong player in a mental capacity to not have that affect you. Right?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I just love that Behemoth just denies Serpentine at the fountain, because thanks to Undying being on it. It's just like, I have to kill you, buddy. I'm sorry. Oh, that's a fine Vindicator. Melts initially to Lord Salforce. He is still alive. Salforce, actually, speaking of melting, you know, this silhouette, man. I know this is a massive lead Legion, but yeah, Kolik continues to show. He can dish out some good damage here if he gets just a little bit of time.
Yeah, and there are 3 tanky strength heroes on the Legion side, but Silhouette doesn't really care about that, right? Because like that relentless salvo is gonna stack up and up and up, and you know, it's gonna tear through them if you allow it to. But what I want to say, you actually cannot deny someone who is Undying on himself. Like, not just Undying. If he has Undying and like the Soul Trap or the Dreamcatcher, sorry, then you can deny.
That's how he denied him then. Okay.
Yeah.
Because he definitely denied him. So yeah.
Yeah. Otherwise, reporting for
funny that reason. Kane. Yeah. So one thing I wanted to bring up actually with the face-off, I had to double check on here to confirm. So there is no downside to Kane losing a.
No. Oh, by the way, look at Black Rider. He got himself in the stuck spot.
Oh, that's interesting. He's gonna have to be pushed some way.
Yeah, he has a tablet in 5 seconds, but that's like the one spot you cannot get out of on the map right now.
He'll be fine. The top tower is going to be pushed in. Meanwhile, no, not going to be enough for the kill. Silhouette has to get out just before. Good job rotating in. It is Vinicius, and in hot pursuit of somebody, they'll settle for the Vindicator. A free kill there instead, as Silhouette's able to avoid. But yeah, so King, because I saw him lose the duel earlier, and I was looking around for like any buff on the Hellborn side, but that's not the case. So yeah, Legion Commander inspired, of course, where I'm getting at there, but there is no downside for Kane.
Does Legion Commander do that actually? Like give a buff to the enemy?
Absolutely, it does. Yeah, you get if you end up killing Legion Commander, you actually get the buff yourself during the duel. So.
Yeah. Because like I do know that like at some point they want to go for Silhouette? Face me!
Okay, trying to. There's a face me. Silhouette locked down as a result. The shockwave on top, trying to keep him alive. Is it enough? Swapping back and forth. Silhouette remains alive, just barely to get on out of there. And he does so successfully. Pearl, the only death so far on the Legion team, but now they're hunting for more. They find Kraken. Eventually run down by the Drunken Master, and that's a Silhouette illusion. Will be killed off eventually. Barely alive. There we go. Taking care of business there.
Yeah, that was actually quite unlucky bounces by the Plague Rider ultimate. Because they went basically off into the distance, and that's like in theory, right? The Plague Rider plus the Kane seems like a good combo because, you know, they're naturally gonna stack up on the target that you're focusing with Kane, and the bounces are just gonna do so much damage there. But sometimes you're just unlucky and they go into like a random direction that you have no control over.
Live and die by the randomness sometimes, but in that case, not as lucky with it. But the tier 3 tower, 25 minutes into the game, already destroyed. And this is going to be the melee and range track. So you see how they're sitting back. Shockwave still on cooldown for 50 more seconds for Behemoth. I mean, of course, he doesn't even have a flank or anything like that anyways. And well, he is going to be initiated on. There's even more damage for the King now. With that dual victory and the pull in the waylay, Silhouette's able to avoid damage. As he gets to the illusion and trying to keep his distance still, not being crowd controlled hard enough. The illusion spawns, and Kolik playing this well so far. And hot pursuit again is the Drunken Master. They kill the illusion and they kill the real one. He can't teleport to it. Buyback immediately comes out for Kolik, though. Already at a point of feeling like they got to buy back to withstand this onslaught, but it is just too much firepower, it seems like. Another death on a Kraken right there. And Silhouette just hugging the fountain at this point, but it's 32,000 gold lead. Obviously, with this being potentially the final game, Noah Nugent is still sticking in here and giving it a go, but this one's all about him.
Yeah, and they have like 3 heroes above 550 GPM at this point. So That should probably give you an indication the kind of game this is right now. And honestly, like Silhouette gave them some proper resistance still, but in the end, they just kind of ran them over too efficiently. And I'm a bit surprised by like this was looking quite well early on.
Yeah.
But at some point they just lost momentum or something.
I mean, yeah, the trial. Well, you know what it was. You kind of think back. Obviously, yeah, to your point, the trial was won initially pretty well by Noah Nugent. We saw from the very beginning they were just getting kill after kill. But the Drunken Master rotation, I think, was the absolute key there. He hit level 6. He came to the top lane, got a kill early on, and you kind of tell where Kraken, was insistent on more staying to the bottom lane and continuing to farm. I'm not saying that was a bad decision on his part, but. Yeah. That's where we started to see some variation, some response that happened by the Legion. And, of course, Lord Salforest obviously had a very good time in the mid lane, and a hero that's difficult to deal with, especially in a 1-versus-1 for that silhouette. So they started to open up a lot of space, and we saw once the Salforest and Drunken started moving especially, things kind of shifted.
They definitely just couldn't really deal with this Drunken that was level 7 indeed, while the rest of them were level 4. Because the Drunken can just kind of jump the Bensington, the Behemoths, or the Vindicator, and kill like almost either one of them. And I want to take you back a little bit. As by the way, guys, we do actually have an interview coming on, I believe. Oh. So you guys want to definitely sit tight before that, right? As we are going to have that set up. But that aside. Like, I want to take you back to like the game 2 for a second, where they were like doing pretty poorly early on against that Legionnaire tri-lane. And I think the moment that shifted was that like the moment that the Swiftblade stopped going bottom and started moving around the map. Mm-hmm. He poured up middle. He killed like Alonia and the what was it, the Pharaoh a couple of times, and they just like shifted the dynamic into like a different lane setup, basically. And that's like started creating a lot more momentum back for Noah Nugent. And I kind of like missed this game here, if you understand what I mean.
Mm-hmm. No, this was it really was a great performance by Vinicius, and I mean Noah Nugent. I will say this, kind of on all this, we're getting the interview set up here. This is the first tournament of hopefully several more to come for PK Heroes of Newerth for Project Kongor. That throughout this new year, and our first one officially of the year, and obviously a pretty good one. We had almost 30 teams, I want to say, that signed up, and we started to learn about some new faces, especially at least from our perspective, specifically some of these Thai squads, and especially Noah Nugent. So hopefully not only we see more of this in the future events to come, but even just once again more new faces. This may draw inspiration for more players and more teams to kind of give their go at it and see what they can bring to the table. So that's definitely what I'm very excited for with the what we had here in this event and tournaments to come. One other thing I do want to say before we get to the interview, obviously to reiterate again, is Project Kongor HoN here. You can play it currently, ! PK, or I believe it's being in chat. There's links being provided on how to play it. But also, Heroes of Newerth Reborn is in development, guys. If for some reason, if you haven't heard yet, heroesnewerth.com, you can check out and you can actually support HoN Reborn that is to come, that we are very excited for, working in development stages now, and a lot of improvements, etc., to be made to the game and bringing it back officially even with HoN Reborn. So definitely check that out with, again, heroesnewerth.com. To get more information and how you can even support it there. So, all right.
Yeah, I also believe that you guys are like posting like semi-regular developer updates right now. Like sneak peeks, however to call it.
Every couple of weeks. Yeah. I try to get these videos out there and try to be as transparent as we can, of course, and letting you guys know what updates are being made. So hopefully the community has been enjoying those, and seeing what improvements are being made onto the game over time.
Yeah, so if people are have any questions, I do believe that there is like a section on the Project Kongor Discord as well where like these questions are being asked and stuff, or like how otherwise would they, if they have questions, where do you want them to go?
Yeah, again, here.com information there, as well as the PK Discord as your are channels in there that there's places to ask, and there's even an FAQ in there as well that you can get more information on the project as a whole. So certainly the information is there to be received.
But that does never stop people from asking anyway, does it?
Well, yeah, which is great. We understand there's always going to be plenty of questions and what's happening, what is going on with it. So
yeah. But
right.
I'm very the thing that I love the most is that there is actually a little bit of during the course of the tournament that there was like a lot of evolve or evolution in terms of picks and also in terms of bans and in terms of playstyle throughout. In terms of both of the NA or the European squad and the Thai squad or the Asian squad, where the Tundra was very obviously a big problem that the playstyle that hero provides was something that's we as the European / NA players clearly had issues with. So we started banning them because I don't think they lost a single game with Tundra.
Mm-hmm.
We're
ready.
Yeah, we do who do we have coming in? We have Captain Hoge. That is the captain of Vinicius. And we have Eston as well here. And I believe that we have the captain of Noah and New Gen here as well. So guys, welcome. Maybe you guys want to introduce yourself a little bit as well.
Hello. So I am not Captain Hugi. I am Puppet.
Give me a second. I cannot join.
Oh.
Okay. That's so good.
Okay.
All right. Well, we'll start with Puppet. How's it going, man? Obviously, big victory there. Obviously, 3-0. I mean, just when you look at it on paper, of course, a very dominating performance, especially with that last game. But New Gen, they definitely put up a good fight, especially game 2. I mean, that was a hell of a game. So what are your thoughts on the kind of the series as a whole and how you guys feeling after that one?
Well, a bit tired, especially of the second game. It was more, how do I say it, tricky for us, especially for me because I'm our main damage in the game. So it was definitely tricky for us, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because game 2 with the Alonia, you really had to sit back a lot, right? Because you picked up basically no defensive items. Because I figured, or I'm assuming that's you were with the mindset of if they catch me, I just die.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to hope that they don't catch me, or make sure that they don't catch me.
Yeah. Well, I also rely a lot on my position. I know how to play this type of games, especially with Alonia. I have a lot of experience, so
yeah, that's
why
true.
I decided to go for this build.
I did actually, I did comment on that a couple of times. Your positioning in these team fights was really, really on point.
Whose call was it to do the Legionnaire strat, by the way? Speaking of that, with the Legionnaire, as we're referring to.
That's also one of our strategy. Usually, Legionnaire is very uncommon pick, and people don't know how to. I mean, not people. Sometimes it's hard to adapt to it, and then usually they had I think in these games I pick it because they had weak laners, so a lot of melee. So for example, Swiftblade, it's a melee hero, so it's not really good against Legionnaire.
Right.
He can't really spin, and we had 2 range supports. That's why I decided to pick it.
Nice. Yeah. No.
Yeah. Sorry. I do want to ask. Did the fact that because I know that you guys ran this strategy a couple of times, in the past, let's say 2-3 years. So is the fact that this the Thai team has a lot less experience with these kinds of wacky strategies, did that come into play?
Well, let me disagree with you. I think they played really well into it. They almost came back. It's very. I have to commend them on that because we were snowballing in the first 10 minutes, and they still managed to come back. Especially the Dreamcatcher on Swiftblade, it was very good pickup item, and yeah, they adapted very well in the game, so that's impressive.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. Like I commended the Swiftblade for his unconventional builds a couple of times that game, and we saw like that the fact that he did not have a lot of auto attack damage actually come into play with the fact that the barbed armor just did like very little damage to him in that game. So the build definitely was and like a big factor in that game for why they came back. But let me rephrase my question then. Did you guys draft differently against the Thai players than against other European teams?
I mean, well, we used the Legionnaire against European teams, so
yeah, but in general, in general, did you guys like draft differently against the Thai teams than against a different?
I mean, in general, yes, we did, especially for me. No, especially for Yanko, because we don't like to play Pharaoh and Yanko, so we have to adapt. We need to, especially the Thai teams, they like to farm a lot, and they are really hard to catch. So we need to fight them all. I mean, give pressure. Always have pressure on the map. Otherwise, we can't. We will never be able to outfarm them. So that was one of our strategy. But yeah. What do I say more? I don't know.
It makes sense. It makes sense because I think that was very clearly also what the other European team. I don't know the name.
LDWAA. How do you not remember that?
Thank you. Yeah, it was. I even like listened to the voice line of, because it's the voice line of Scrap when he summons Forax of one of the Thai Thai avatars. I listened to the voice line, and I just gave up. I was like, I'm not going to be able to do this. But we saw that they played a lot more passively, and we saw that the Noah Newgen just kind of ran away with 2 games. So, is this something that you picked up from last week, or?
Not really. I usually, I see when how people draft, and usually I can have a plan. I mean, I can have like an idea of how they want to play the game, and then I just adapt my picks. But I have to commend the Thai players. They're actually very good, very mechanically skilled. So it's very good for me. I mean, I'm very proud to play versus them. It was actually a pleasure to play versus them, especially the second game.
And I'm glad, obviously it's understandable to say that because we're going to bring it up anyways, but awesome that you are. I mean, this tournament is definitely a little more different than previous events, I think it's safe to say. Of course, it was much more international based, really about global, and obviously more teams as well. Of course, there's the more recent hype with Project Kongor, with the recent announcement of HoN Reborn. How was it like playing in this tournament? Did you kind of feel like this tournament was a different vibe than your previous events, or like these last couple of years that maybe you've been playing in?
Oh, for sure. I think the Thai teams they play very well. Not about the Noah, also the previous Thai team we played, Blue Eyes. They played very well. It was very tricky for me to adapt sometimes my play style, but I really want to hear how they view our gameplay from them also.
Definitely. That's actually a good transition there. Looks like Eston actually is here to help us translate.
I'm
questions. Here. Hey, how's it going, Eston?
Hello, man. How are you? I'm good.
I'm doing pretty good. Obviously, we had some great heroes in Newerth to watch right there, and I guess where I want to start is what was it like to play in this event against European teams that maybe they haven't played a lot against before, when it comes to Thai versus Europe, especially online? What was it like to play against some of these European teams?
Should I ask him or what?
Yeah, if you don't mind asking him.
Yeah, so for the audience, sorry, like Eston is here to translate the questions in Thai Noah Newgen can answer for us. Okay, go.
I don't understand English either, but I will try.
Yeah, that's fast.
สวัสดีครับทีมเนาะคุณคิดยังไงเกี่ยวกับทีมยุโรป
ทีม
คุณ
ทีมยุโรปก็เล่นฮีโร่ต่างจากทีมไทยเยอะครับ แล้วก็การวอลการไฟต์ต่างๆ ดีกว่าครับ ในวันนี้
he said Europe style have better heroes and different items and different rules that they play better than us. That's what he said.
Okay.
What do you mean with heroes?
Like against Kevin Sim, he said something like the pick better, like more aggressive. Like Kane, like he didn't expect Kevin Sim to pick heroes like that. More aggressive. If you understand me.
Yeah. So obviously, kind of as I was saying there, we're talking with Puppet Soul about this is the first event in a little bit, but there was a lot of hype around this event, both for the Thai scene, but just in general globally. Do you all, obviously going towards champ here of Noah New Gen, are you excited to play in more of these tournaments coming up?
ทีมของพี่อยากจะเล่นทัวร์นาเมนต์อีกไหมครับ
ลงต่อแน่นอนครับ
เรื่อยๆใช่ไหมครับ
ใช่ครับ
he said yeah in the future they will be playing more in the tournaments if there's more tournament in the future of course
Awesome.
so yes
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, you got a question, Dutch?
Oh, not really specifically. I just want to say that it was an absolute pleasure to watch the Thai players play with just very unique strategies, and especially like the Wild Soul pick was very entertaining to watch. So,
hell yeah.
Just tell them like that I'm very impressed by the way that they played, and that was just a pleasure to watch.
We all are, yeah.
ที่คนแคสเตอร์เขาบอกว่าพวกคุณเล่นไวโซดีมาก
ขอบคุณครับ
เล่นดี yeah I told him yeah and he said thank you
Awesome. No, this is to echo that, as Dutch was saying. I mean, this has been a great event, especially watching Noah New Gen and just these teams in general across the board. Seeing the as we keep saying, the diversity, the different heroes, the strategies all kind of coming together, and like I say, this is hopefully the first of several more tournaments to come on Project Conquer. So excited to see Noah New Gen and also you guys, S-Thought, and your squad, and just more teams showing up and bringing some great Heroes of Newerth competition to the table. So any shout outs, I guess we'll start with Champ S-Thought, if you want to ask him, does he have any shout outs he wants to give to anybody?
คุณอยากจะโปรโมทใครก่อนคุณจะไปไหมครับ like shout out ครับ shout out ทีมหรืออะไรก็ได้ครับ MVP ครับ
MVP
ครับ MVP แบบ
ไม่มีในใจเลยครับเล่นดีกันทุกคนเลยครับ
he said not really but my team yeah
love it. What about you,
shout out to his
S-Thon?
team then.
Yeah, shout out to his team. What about you, S-Thon, for any shout outs you want to give? You guys played well in this event.
I mean, I will give shout out to my Danish players and Thai players, of course, and shout out to my team, Far, Mate, Nodi, and Vulka, of course, the Griffers, and yeah, that's it.
Awesome. Puppet Soul, you know what's coming. Your chance now. Any shout outs you want to make?
I will give a shout out to Mex. Usually he was our support player, so I have to give him a shout out for letting Sangbo play. And then I give shout out to Corden, and I shout out to Vulka as well, always. My French comrade.
Love it. All right. I think that's a good place to start wrapping up then. So again, congratulations to all of you guys. Obviously, big congratulations to Vinicius and your pretty good victory in the end there, winning the grand finals 3-0. An awesome tournament to watch and a great final day to be a part of as well. So let's I guess we're wrapping up. I guess so. Dutch, I'll throw it to you as far as any shout outs you want to give, and before we do officially wrap it up.
Absolutely, for sure, a shout out to you, Breaky. It was absolutely a pleasure to cast with you. And shout out to Henk as well, who I've been filling in for because he is unfortunately feeling a little bit under the weather. And of course, shout out to Paradise, the host, our lovely, gracious host, who has been setting all this up and organizing things and shouting at people for them to be in the right place at the right time. Because sometimes, people can't look at the time. Of course,
Of course, you're referring to yourself. Right?
Yeah.
Obviously. No, yeah, it's been an awesome event. Like I said, I've been fun casting with you, and just in general, the production's been on point. So definitely reiterate that. A shout out to Paradise as well for putting this all on. So hopefully you guys enjoyed at home. The viewership, it's been awesome to see, like I said, from the game itself to people tuning in and watching. It definitely look forward to potentially more of these events happening with Project Kongor. And of course, what the future holds, not only with Project Kongor, but HoN Reborn. I can't believe it's still kind of just, I have to pinch myself. Still hitting me. It's like, we're not only back, but we're definitely coming back stronger than ever. Excited for it all. So let's wrap it up. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for tuning in to the HoN Awakening Tournament number 1. Vinicius is your tournament victor. Congratulations to them. Until next time, have a good night.
Bye-bye, guys. I'm off to smoke now. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Let's see ya.
Nice. Thank you, Breaky, for
Well, that was all for today. It was a great outro, and I would have just finished the stream by then, but I just wanted to tell you guys and inform you about the next tournament. So, the next tournament, which is going to be the Heroes of Newerth Paradise League Awakening Tournament Season number 2, is gonna take place in April 5th, on April 5th. And then on 6th and on the 12th, where it's going to be the grand final, just as today, every day is going to obviously start again at 1 p.m. GMT, and that's for stream. But the tournament time is always going to be different depending on the bracket. You're going to be informed if you are joining the tournament. Again, we're going to be having it at April 5th. That's when the second tournament is going to be. Thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoyed the show. They were great games. I hope you guys enjoyed it, and hopefully it'll get even better from this point onwards. Thank you guys for watching, and we will see you on April 5th. Good night, everyone.